strategic thinking and support for a more effective sector development. I won't take too much of your time. We do have the program here, and I'm sure that Mr. Nenjarela will guide us around it. And we're trying to also link it to today's program by having Mr. Gift Nhlapo from the department. He's standing in for the acting DG. So he will also get an opportunity just to give a keynote just on the policy, to provide the policy anchor for today's discussion. Mr. Nenjarela, I take it that you already shared the program, how we are going to proceed with this, how the proceedings will go about. So I would like to stop here and really welcome you. I would like to hand over back to you, Mr. Nenjarela.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maseti. And yes, I did. We have attached the program on the chat, and please, people, if you're unable to open it, please let us know, because we didn't want to sort of cluster the whole screen. We wanted to have a conversation, but if the program, people can open the program, they can let us know, then I'll be able to basically share it again so that everyone can see. But hopefully once we had the keynote address, we'll try and just put it there so that one can see how we're going to be running the program today. Thank you very much, and thanks for saving us some time, because I've given you some 10 minutes, but at least you saved me 3 minutes. I really appreciate that. I think as Ms. Maseti indicated when she was concluding her remarks, we have a keynote address from the department. As the policymaker, we had invited them to come here and then give us a keynote address. And ladies and gentlemen, I welcome Mr. Gift Nhlapo, who's representing the acting DG for the Department of Electricity and Energy. Mr. Nhlapo, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and good morning to all the colleagues. My name is Gift Nhlapo. I am the Chief Director for Nuclear and Electricity and Gas Policy at the Department of Electricity and Energy. Program Director, leadership of the National Energy Regulator of South Africa, leaders and representatives of the Department of Electricity and Energy here present, leaders of other government departments, regulatory authorities and utilities, captains of industry, finance institutions and investors, social partners, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor to address you today at this guest dialogue organized by the National Energy Regulator of South Africa. I am addressing you on behalf of the Acting Director General, Mr. Thabo Kekana, who has asked me to convey his sincere apology for not being able to be present for this guest dialogue as he is attending an international engagement. The Acting Director General extends his warmest greetings to all delegates gathered here. He wishes this dialogue and its deliberations every success, as it is important in shaping the planning and policy direction for the country. Program Director, South Africa expects a sharp decrease in natural gas supplies as gas imports from Pande and Timani gas fields in Mozambique run low. The looming supply shortage poses serious risk to the country's energy security, industrial output, and broader economic competitiveness. Various sectors, such as the food processing, chemicals, glass, ceramics, metals, and others, are particularly dependent on a reliable gas supply for their production lines as well as furnaces. These challenges have significant adverse implications for South Africa's economy, including negatively affecting industrial growth and potential job losses to the sector that contributes approximately 700 billion annually to the economy and supports almost 75,000 direct jobs. This gas dialogue therefore comes at a critical time when the gas industry is facing significant challenges, including a looming gas supply cliff, limited infrastructure, in domestic gas production, whilst also navigating important policy developments. Program Director, in responding to these prevailing challenges, the South African government, through the Departments of Electricity and Energy and the Mineral and Petroleum Resources, is pursuing a mix of short-term supply options, supporting the development of liquefied natural gas importation facilities on our shores, and further working with relevant stakeholders to expedite development of indigenous gas resources. We are also pleased that Middle East tensions are slowly de-escalating, and we hope a long-term solution is found. On short-term supply extensions, South Africa and Mozambique agreed to engage on the extension of the Romco pipeline beyond its current concession period, as well as to further pursue opportunities that will support further natural gas opportunities in the region for mutual benefit. On long-term local gas development, South Africa is pursuing the development of indigenous gas resources. This includes the exploitation of onshore and offshore gas resources through continued support for upstream exploration and drilling activities. The Orange Basin has emerged as a world-class frontier following discoveries in Namibia. Exploration programs that could substantially expand South Africa's resource base and enhance South Africa's long-term growth domestic prospects are advancing. In the Otenica Basin, Africa Energy Corp is accelerating development of the Brulpadda and Leipert discoveries. On South African inland, developments are also underway. The Virginia project in the Free State has reported 60% increase in gas throughput since 2025 and maintains an 80% drilling success rate. The Tungela Resources, Lephalale Coalback Methane Project, and Kineticos Gas Project in Mpumalanga are progressing towards production following successful drilling campaigns. On the shale gas side, a seismic survey in the Central Karoo has been concluded, thereby improving the geological understanding of the basin. Once the requisite regulations are promulgated, South Africa stands ready to lift the moratorium to unlock the full potential of its basin. Program Director, while South Africa continues to diversify its energy mix that include coal, solar, wind, nuclear gas, green hydrogen, etc., natural gas is expected to play a significant role in South Africa by providing flexible electricity generating and supporting industries as a transition fuel while renewable energy capacity expands. The updated Integrated Resource Plan of 2025 positions gas as an important part of South Africa's electricity planning framework, particularly in relation to power system adequacy, investment in gas to power, and the transition towards a more diversified energy mix. The RP policy decision requires the committed 6 gigawatt of the determined closed gas turbine to materialize. From a power system adequacy perspective, gas is required to support the system during a period where coal capacity is being reduced and variable renewable energy is increasing in this context. In this context, gas provides the necessary firm and flexible capacity to maintain power system stability while enabling the integration of renewable energy into the power system. The investment case for gas to power is therefore linked to the timely delivery of the committed 6 gigawatts by 2030 and the additional gas to power capacity required between 2030 and 2040. The successful implementation of the gas to power program depends on the availability of suitable infrastructure to deliver import gas by 2030. South Africa, through Transnet, is implementing plans to develop additional gas infrastructure, including LNG import storage facilities at various ports in South Africa. Transnet National Ports Authority recently signed a landmark 25-year terminal operator agreement to develop an onshore LNG regasification facility at the port of Ngqura, positioning the Eastern Cape as a strategic energy hub while advancing South Africa's energy security and industrial growth. The LNG facility will serve as critical fuel infrastructure that is much needed to support 3,000 megawatt gas to power allocation, providing lower carbon baseload electricity required to complement the country's growing renewable energy mix. The project will drive investments, skills development, and industrial growth within the country. A dedicated LNG facility will be constructed, targeting full operationalization by 2035 to achieve security of supply of energy. The recent signing of an agreement between the power utility Eskom and the Zululand Energy Terminal to unlock energy infrastructure is a major step forward for South Africa's energy transition. The agreement establishes a long-term strategic partnership aimed at unlocking the country's LNG infrastructure and securing its future energy supply. Eskom proposes to build a 3,000 megawatts gas to power project in the Richards Bay Industrial Development Zone, with regasified LNG to be the primary fuel source for a power plant that is expected to operate for 25 years. This project has potential to connect the existing Lily pipeline between Secunda and Durban to extend supply of gas to additional industrial customers. On measures to stimulate gas demand, after receiving feedback from the market, Electricity and Energy Minister Dr. Kgosientsho Ramokgopa announced policy adjustment that the load factor for proposed gas to power plants in South Africa will be increased from 20% to above 50%. The gas to power load factor is intended to ensure the security of energy supply and energy transition. The gas demand by industrial users is expected to be supported by the importation of liquefied natural gas as an interim measure, which will also mitigate the impending gas supply cliff while the country is exploring domestic gas development. Program Director, on the policy front, the gas bill of 2006 is currently under consideration by Parliament. The bill's objective is to modernize South Africa's regulatory framework for the gas sector and to strengthen the country's long-term energy security. The bill proposes the repeal of the existing Gas Act of 2001, introduce a more responsive framework that considers technological advancements, investment needs, and the evolving energy landscape. The bill is intended to create a predictable and investor-friendly regulatory framework whilst enhancing the powers of the energy regulator to ensure effective oversight, compliance, and enforcement. The bill was introduced by the Minister of Electricity and Energy to the National Assembly in March 2026. The Portfolio Committee on Electricity and Energy received a briefing on the gas bill from the Department of Electricity and Energy in May 2026 and adopted the motion to proceed and process the gas bill. The bill has received inputs from the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders and is awaiting parliamentary public consultation processes to unfold. The gas bill legislation forms part of a broader approach alongside the Integrated Resource Plan and the forthcoming Gas Master Plan, which together seek to address the country's future energy requirements. The department is currently developing the Gas Master Plan, whose objective is to outline the role of natural gas and provide policy direction to the gas industry. The plan considers the critical role that natural gas can play in the country's entire economy and projects the anticipated infrastructure necessary for the provision of gas on at least cost basis to the power, industrial, commercial, residential, and transport sectors. The plan further identifies strategic partners within the South African development community to unlock local and regional gas demand. The final draft Gas Master Plan will be published during the course of 2026 with anticipated cabinet approval within the current performance cycle. Ladies and gentlemen, South African government's responses to the prevailing challenges aligns with the priorities for the energy sector as enshrined in the Energy Policy of 1998, which calls for diversifying South Africa's energy mix, enhancing energy security through domestic and imported gas supplies, supporting industrialization and job creation, developing a competitive gas market and associated infrastructure, using gas as a transition fuel while expanding renewable energy development and reducing greenhouse emissions relative to coal-based generation. South Africa's energy planning recognizes natural gas as a key component of the country's energy transition to be used to improve electricity reliability, support industrial development, complement renewable energy, and reduce dependency on coal while moving towards a low-carbon economy. Government has put together a technical working team to coordinate the approach in resolving the gas cliff. At an appropriate time, government will make appropriate announcements on the solutions that would at that time be approved. Government remains committed to providing policy certainty, strengthening regulatory frameworks, promoting coordination across energy subsectors, creating environment that affects investments and provide planning for the sector. In conclusion, this gas dialogue convenes policymakers, regulators, industry participants, and key stakeholders to consider whether South Africa's policy, regulatory, and planning frameworks and interventions are sufficiently positioned to address the challenges faced by South Africa in the gas sector. I wish you all the best as you deliberate on this important topic, and may this gas dialogue be a success. Thank you, Program Director, and I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yves Clapper, the Chief Director from the DEE, and thanks for the message. And I think it is clear for everyone where everything stands now in terms of policy and all the bills that are before Parliament, and hopefully everything will go smoothly before the end of this year. And I really appreciate you also saving me some time. And I think Mr. Nhlapa and Ms. Masete has set a trend in terms of timekeeping, and I really appreciate that. And hopefully when we get to the moderation, then we'll continue on the same path. However, we really have to deliberate all the things. We don't have to leave anything out. I think, as indicated, there are people who joined after we have basically started, and I'll just remind them to look at the chart we have put in our roles for this dialogue, and also we have put in the program for the day so that people can see exactly what's going to happen today. And that's a program that will be following basically today and until, as indicated, until around 1:30, because we are expecting to finish around that time. And now we will be going basically to segment 1 that indicated that our program has got 4 segments. And the first segment, basically, it deals with South Africa's upstream gas outlook, implications for regulation, infrastructure, and market development. This session will be moderated by Mr. Daryl Hunt from Dynamic Energy Consultants. I think in terms of the speakers that he's going to have, Mr. Hunt will be the one basically to introduce all the speakers for this section. And the session basically was supposed to start around 25 to 10 to 20 to 11, but I think we can basically start now, and then you have your time until 20 to 11, Mr. Daryl Hunt. And when you get to that time, basically, if we are passing that time, I'll indicate to you that maybe the time is up. The session basically will have all the speakers and presentations, and also will also have time for questions and answers from the stakeholders. So stakeholders will be requested to participate once the presentation has been done. The moderator will basically lead in terms of questions and answers, and then people can participate, because this dialogue basically is meant for every one of us to participate, to bring ideas, to share ideas, and also to raise questions that maybe you need some clarity on what has been presented today. Without wasting time, Mr. Daryl Hunt, I'll basically pass this to you now to take over. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, Program Director, and welcome to everybody on this in this very important discussion. Thanks very much to Ms. Maseti and Mr. Mkhlapu. They basically stole my thunder with their very comprehensive introductions. But what I would like to emphasize is the importance of two key phenomena that we're confronted with at the moment. The first one being the gas cliff, which basically is, we're all aware of it. We all know why it's happening. It's because of the depletion of the natural gas resources from the Panettimani fields in Mozambique. And I would also add that we're confronted with a power cliff as we look to the retirement of Eskom's coal fleet in the next decade, or actually at the latter part of this decade as well. And that sounds very far away, but that's in 3 years' time. So it's critically important from a security of supply perspective that we understand the potential role of gas. I think we have to acknowledge that we often talk in generic and national terms, but of course we have very specific geographic considerations to think of. We have existing commercial and industrial markets in Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal, which is where the gas cliff is that we speak of. We have potential supply solutions that are potentially uniquely configured towards those markets as alternatives to the declining Panettimani reserves. And then we also have the potential for power location in those markets. But of course, our offshore and onshore capabilities are not as close to those markets. We think of the supply opportunities that were spoken of offshore Mossel Bay, the Brilpara and Leipad discoveries, the Orange Basin off the west coast of South Africa, Namibia as well, and of course the onshore resources that were covered by Mr. Mhlapo. So it's important that we get a handle on what does it take to make these projects work, to address both the supply cliff and the power cliff, if I may call it that. And it's important that we not only understand how important it is, but what's the timing and what's the sequencing that's important. And the most important question that we have to address in this session is, do we have, or can we reconcile a gas future where we have the coexistence of both LNG on the one hand and the monetization of our domestic resources on the other hand. So having said all of that, at the risk of repetition of what has already been said, I'd like to introduce Mr. Paul Taylor, who's the gas sector lead for Standard Bank. And Paul, if I may just put you for an introduction, my understanding is you're going to tell us about how South Africa fits within a regional and a global context, looking at Mozambique, Namibia, even I think some reference to other international markets. And I think once you've taken us through your presentation as panelists and audience, we need to ask ourselves what the single most important lesson is from how other LNG import systems have preserved their domestic gas optionality. So without any further ado, Paul, if I might hand over to you and ask you to please proceed with your presentation. I will introduce Niall at the end of Paul's presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, a volume check and a screen check. Can you see my slide and can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and we can see you.
Great stuff. So I'm going to try and whip through the presentation. I'm going to try and not repeat what's been said in the excellent summary and by Daryl, but really just focus on the new stuff. So kicking off, the basic message of the presentation is that the energy developments in Mozambique and Namibia are changing the South African dynamic. And whilst we agree with what's been said in the introduction by Daryl, we think that these dynamics have a material influence on South African policymaking going forward. So let's kick off with Mozambique. Mozambique's first discovery was 2010. Lots of activity in the period pre-COVID, 2 FIDs, then of course we had the insurgency. But what's essentially happened in the last couple of years is that Mozambique has come roaring back. Partly Russia-Ukraine, partly the end of COVID, but then also the Iran crisis, which remains ongoing as a practical matter and probably will for some time ahead. So what you have in Mozambique now is you have had 3 FIDs, Coral South, Coral North, Mozambique LNG. Mozambique is producing 3.4 million tons of LNG. That will become about 20 million tons by about 2029. And then the material change is Rovuma LNG, very large project, 18 million tons, lead developed by ExxonMobil. That's expected to take FID this year. And that takes you to about 38 million tons of production by 2030. 38 million tons is plus minus 38 gigawatts of baseload power, the more than ever the amount of LNG that South Africa will ever need by a lot factor. What you then have is an expectation on our side that there will be a third phase of Coral, public domain. This may be as large as 6 million tons. We then think there'll be a second phase of Mozambique LNG, a second phase of Rovuma LNG, both of which will be the same size as Rovuma LNG. So what this means is that Mozambique is likely to have about 80 million tons of LNG by about 2034, 2035, something like that. And then there'll be very large amounts of domestic gas, which will be dedicated to projects in Mozambique and potentially also supplying the region. But one way or another, Mozambique will be a huge LNG supply source that affects South Africa, and Mozambique will likely become the 4th largest LNG producer on planet Earth. Just to give you an example of the scale of Mozambique, we've recently completed a macroeconomic study for ExxonMobil on Rovuma LNG. Rovuma LNG is the largest project in the history of Africa, a capex of about $30 billion, a production of about 18 million tons, which is about 440,000 barrels of oil equivalent a day. And just to give you a couple of the key stats, Even assuming the sovereign wealth fund that Mozambique's created stays in place for the life of the project, the GDP annual increase is about $11 billion. Once you net off the amount of the shareholding that the non-Mozambican entities have, there's a gross national income impact of about $6 billion, 150,000 jobs, $4 billion per annum fiscal contribution to the government of Mozambique, and a major increase in Mozambique's long-term growth rate. The key point for South Africa, and I know that Niall is speaking after me, is the impact of upstream on a country's GDP, jobs, and fiscal contribution. Upstream is unrivaled in its impact positively on a country. Before we get to Namibia, it's important to make a quick stop off in Latin America. Guyana is very interesting. It's the only English-speaking country in Latin America. That's interesting itself. They also play cricket. But what's even more interesting is the speed and the nature of their economic development in the last decade. They made their first upstream oil discovery in 2015. They were producing at the end of 2019, just before COVID. They have taken 7 FIDs, of which 4 oil projects are in production. They produce just over 900,000 barrels a day. This will become 1.7 million barrels a day by 2030. And the theme of Guyana is very interesting. They start with oil, they lead with oil, but they are gradually introducing gas as they go. So the first gas project they're developing will enter production this year. This is a gas to power project and also domestic LPG. The next FID will involve gas. The one after will also involve gas. So the likelihood is that Guyana, as well as producing a lot of oil, will be self-sufficient in terms of electricity, will be self-sufficient in terms of LPG, and will supply the Caribbean region with natural gas, with fertilizer, and with petrochemicals. What is very exciting about Guyana as well, and I've had the pleasure to go to the country 4 times, is it's the fastest growing economy on planet Earth. So just to give you a couple of numbers in the penultimate bullet, in 2022, their growth was 62%, 2023, 33%, 24, 44%. Last year was 19%, and 16% was expected for this year. But given the oil prices as a result of Iran, I think all of us expect it to be somewhat higher. Why have I emphasized Guyana? The answer is really it's a role model for Namibia. There are a number of similarities between the countries. Relatively low population density, political history, post-colonial societies, also governments that were of a left of centre persuasion, which have gradually moved towards the right. This is Namibia. And you see on the right-hand side the scale of the upstream resources that have been discovered in Namibia. Round about 22, 23 wells have been drilled, of which about 19 have been successful. I sent over the slide yesterday to the organisers. What was exciting yesterday was the final line, Capricornus 1A by Rhino. That a successful appraisal was announced during the course of yesterday. And we expect a lot more wells to be drilled in Namibia during the course of this year. In essence, so far, you have had 4 developers find material resources: Total Energies, Galp, Shell, and Rhino. According to Wood Mackenzie, who are the leading analysts in the world, at least 3 of those operators will develop commercial projects. The rough barrels of oil a day that will be produced, according to Wood Mackenzie, is about 430,000 at the moment. This excludes Shell, who made an exciting discovery just a few weeks ago. The guess from Standard Bank side is that Namibia's production may be in the order of 600, 700,000 by the mid-2030s. Why is Namibia particularly exciting for South Africa? 2 points. First of all, we expect them to follow the same path that Guyana did, to lead with oil, to follow with gas. Secondly, of course, Namibia's discoveries have been made in the Orange Basin, which from a geological perspective is essentially shared with Africa. So if Namibia finds oil in the Orange Basin and gas, the likelihood is that South Africa will in time when it drills. Think of Norway, think of the UK and the North Sea. Norway made its first oil production in 1969. The UK followed in 1975. But to this day, both countries are producing large amounts of oil and gas in the North Sea. So just to show you what it's going to look like from our perspective and also tee up the South African slides. Geographically, you see there's an awful lot of blue on the left-hand side. That is, of course, the Orange Basin. The second element of what we call the southern cluster is 11B, 12B, discovered Broadpadder and Lapad 2019-2020. We shouldn't forget about that, even though discoveries have relatively slowed down, and obviously appraisal is to come, but that will follow in time. And then we move up to the northern cluster, which I'll address in a second, which is really around LNG imports, and that's what obviously the DE speaker referred to. So just a couple of slides in South Africa. So there's been a notion that South Africa has to import LNG at the same time as developing indigenous resources. We agree with this notion, but it's important to recognize that lots of countries have faced this challenge before. I've put down some Asia Pacific countries here, plus Egypt and Brazil, but just to give you a real-time example of a country that's facing this dilemma, Cyprus in the Eastern Mediterranean. So Cyprus is talking about importing LNG. They've had an LNG import project that's taken some time, a bit like Ghana, but they've also had multiple discoveries by the likes of ExxonMobil, Eni. Cyprus itself is undergoing this challenge. But really, the key countries we'll focus on now, just very quickly, are the ones you see on the screen. So Brazil, they import LNG largely for hydrology reasons. They've now decided that they need to increase their production of domestic gas, which is largely associated. Think Namibia again. That's going to take some time, but very much there's no plans to stop importing LNG whilst producing domestic gas. Egypt was the other way. They started with DOM gas. They've had challenges around gas pricing, around the regulatory structure. So they've imported LNG, then they've reduced their LNG imports. Now they're back to importing LNG. Indonesia and Malaysia are essentially two heads of the same coin. Both exported a lot of LNG. What they have now is growing economies, growing populations. So their LNG production, in addition to organically declining, is also required for domestic gas purposes. Both of them are looking to import LNG. And then we have the Philippines, produced domestic gas from a large field over the years. This is declining, and they started importing LNG in 2023 and now are increasing their requirements. So in essence, the South African policy challenge, how do you do things in parallel, is not unique globally. It's been done before and it can be solved. The challenge is just really how to get the sequencing right in the South African legislative and regulatory context. So turning on to SA, the DE introduction was excellent. I'm not going to repeat any of the points around the gas cliff or the power cliff. We know this. But what are the remedies? The remedies at the moment, the first one is the gas to power project. At Standard Bank, we like to explain this as a triangle. You have three bits of the triangle. You have the gas to power IPPs at the top on the screen. You have the LNG terminals on the left. You have the LNG gas suppliers on the right. All three of these things are badly needed in South Africa. But as at today, none of them exist. All of them exist on paper. We and various other members of the programme are involved on a daily basis. So just to take you through it, you have the four bids have been submitted for the gas to power programme, 2.8 gigawatts. Excellent result on paper and oversubscription. Let's let the evaluators do their work and see how we get to preferred bidder. They can only close, though, once you have LNG terminals. They're the source of gas. Matola is a project in southern Mozambique under development. Zululand Energy Terminal, just for full disclosure, Standard Bank advisors on that. I'm involved in the project. That's in Richards Bay. Those terminals are needed to bring in the LNG to be regasified to supply the power. And of course, the last bit of the triangle is the LNG gas suppliers, who's selling the LNG to South Africa and then selling the gas ultimately. And Matola, it's public domain that Total Energies will be involved. Zululand Energy Terminal, it's now a public domain that ExxonMobil will be involved as a gas supplier, and also Eskom as a holder of capacity. And of course, those suppliers can only sell their gas if the terminal exists and they have customers. So how do you put this thing together? On the right-hand side, we put some ideas down. This is potentially a way how the whole thing could be sequenced and executed. I'm sure there are others. The first idea is to have a conditional preferred bidder status for the IPPs, where all the power-only issues are solved. Then the formal preferred bidder status allows the LNG import projects to make their own progress with their suppliers, and then the downstream customers. So at some point in early 2027, for the sake of argument, Valentine's Day, because we all love each other and we want the country to rebuild, you have the documents frozen initialed, and then the regulatory process, which of course will be coordinated by Nersa, would start. The innovation we suggest is this should be done on a corridor basis. So everything that relates to Matola, for example, is on week one. everything that relates to ZET, for example, is on week 2. You then have the statutory process, the statutory hearings, the consultation, then you get to a global signing and you get to a global execution in time at some point in 2027. And then the last slide to finish off, and this really goes back to the DE speaker at the start. Can the LNG imports really be the start of something special for South Africa? And by special, I mean onshore development that can help reindustrialize Mpumalanga and Free State, and of course the offshore oil and gas, 11B, 12B, and the Orange Basin. So I've mentioned the gas to power value chain already. That's the bottom right of the triangle. If you have, from our perspective, a commitment to onshore gas to power, then it effectively makes sense to have a commitment to onshore gas production, especially as those fields in the Mpumalanga and Free State regions, as I mentioned, are in largely industrial zones related to the mines. So we would advocate and argue that onshore gas should be developed as a priority. What's particularly exciting about onshore gas is there's no aquatic or marine issues. There are no fishing communities, there are no whales or dolphins, and of course, the onshore projects that are under development as at today do not involve any form of hydraulic stimulation, what's commonly known as fracking. Then, just to finish off, we're arguing for a major focus on offshore oil and gas. I'm well aware that Niall is speaking after me, so I won't go into the details, but what I would say is that the message from Standard Bank's perspective is clear. Guyana is the fastest growing economy on planet Earth. The Guyanese will be as rich as the Qataris within a few years. Cote d'Ivoire is a major success story. Baleine is 3 phases. They've made a major discovery in Callao. This supplements existing production. And what's particularly exciting about Cote d'Ivoire is the gas that is being produced is all for domestic use today as it stands. I've already mentioned Namibia. I've already mentioned Mozambique. From an economic perspective, there'll be very large benefits for South Africa in terms of FDI, fiscal benefits, balance of payments, and so on. And in terms of timing, Niall will speak for himself. We can see Orange Basin exploration wells from next year and FIDs from potentially 2031 and SA entering production from about 2035, with oil leading first and gas following, exactly the same as Guyana, but not to also ignore 11B, 12B. And I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Excellent, Paul. Thanks very much for that very comprehensive overview. A couple of touch points there that we'll pick up on when we go into a discussion. But before we get there, let's introduce Mr. Niall Kramer, who's the spokesperson for the Offshore Petroleum Association of South Africa, or OPASA. Niall, good morning and welcome to you. I understand that you will take us through the scale of resources, pretty much, I guess, along the lines of what Paul has just shown us, but maybe you'll be able to give us more emphasis on why we can't see the same successes as we see with our neighbors in Mozambique and in Namibia. And then I think after we've heard your presentation, a question that we need to be asking ourselves is there any single constraint that we think is doing the most damage to investor confidence today, on the assumption that there are still some moving parts that need to be sorted out? So without any further ado, Niall, welcome, good morning. And if I may then ask you to do your presentation, please.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Daryl. I'd like to start with just to pick up on Daryl's comment that why we can't duplicate what I understood him to be saying was why can't we duplicate the productivity, the wealth, opportunity of the neighbours? And I'd like you to just adjust that into why we haven't yet, because clearly the size of the prize here is so large that it is something that the country could not afford not to pursue. So on to the first slide, which is on your screens. For those who don't know who OPASA is, the Offshore Petroleum Association of South Africa, we have 10 member companies whose logos you will see along the bottom of the screen. Now that's important because of the scale and the stature of these companies. I often refer to the companies that we want in the country exploring and ultimately producing oil and gas as the A team, and These are the companies that have the balance sheets, they have the experience, they have done this before, they know what they're doing. And the good thing for now is that they are still interested. So what we're trying to do is have a constructive, evidence-led discussion to get away from the echo chamber of rhetoric that is anti-oil and gas, and have a responsible discussion that leads towards a better understanding, a better foundation where everybody is, well, more and more people are understanding of why this is something that's so important for South Africa. Before we get on to that, I just want to be clear that we do not cast renewables against oil and gas. It's not a binary decision. In our view, we need all the forms of energy that we can get. And what we can get from oil and gas is transport fuels that have high density, that we will not get from other forms. We get raw materials, petrochemical opportunities, all the fabrics and pharmaceuticals and medical and fertilizer opportunities. And probably most important in this discussion, or that has been going around, is baseload that is easily switched on and off. So if we could move on, please, to the next slide. Yes, thank you, that one. And here is the evidence on why this is so important. We do, in fact, have proven, discovered resources at the moment of in the order of 10 trillion cubic feet. Now, for those who don't follow these things, a trillion cubic feet, the old Mossgas Petros-A field that ran that refinery for something around 25 years was 1 TCF. To date, we've got 10 discovered. But more important than that is that there's potentially 260 trillion cubic feet of gas and 25 billion barrels of oil potential that could be unlocked through exploration. These are very, very significant numbers. The GDP impact that is touched on by Paul in Guyana as a template towards Namibia. Yes, I'm aware Namibia and Guyana are small economies that are not as complex as South Africa. However, in some of the modeling that PASA has done and the minister has quoted, there is a potential 5 to 8% upside on annual GDP. That is huge. We often talk about the 40,000 direct, indirect jobs with just one upstream project. However, the real kicker in terms of jobs comes in the downstream effects of having reliable, abundant energy, and that allows the economy, reindustrialization, and so on to really take off. At the moment, we're importing all of our crude and gas and most of our refined products. Now, if that were to be available to us locally, the advantages to the fiscus are just absolutely immense, as are the community development, the local procurement opportunities, skills development, and of course, reindustrialization. So, big opportunity, the size of prize clearly is there. Why? What is going on? Why are we stalled at this moment? Can we move the slide on, please? Earth to Theodora.
My laptop is frozen. I'll try to post the slides on the chat while you proceed.
All right, I will talk about it in the meantime while you try to. There we go. Well done. At the moment, unlike in other parts of Africa, we are waiting something. We reckon it's around 5 years to spud. Spud means putting the first well into the ground. In Africa, we're looking at 3 to 9 months on that. And the middle of that range in Europe. So our approval process is clearly on the wrong end of long. And the reason for this at the moment is largely around how long it takes us to go through environmental social impact assessments, approvals, and then the internal assessments. Then, if there's any challenge to that, it goes through a judicial review period. And once that result is out, it ends up potentially as an appeal and whatever. Then there's another leave to appeal. Then it could go to the Supreme Court and so on and so on. And then we would potentially, and that is just to go through the exploration phase. Now, it's important that people understand that there are two phases here. The one is exploring. If there is anything, then we go to production. And this sequencing could then be reinstated. So the whole bank of cases that are in the courts at the moment are affecting effectively all the licenses. They're not all under litigation, but this is a very important blockage to development. And it is, can we move on one slide, please? It is one that we are working on, but it is right now, this is a significant blockage. So amongst the things that we want to address from industry are firstly the misinformation, public perception, and sessions like the one that we are going through at the moment, is that we know that our work is fairly complex and highly technical. I was very pleased to hear that in the introduction, it was said that we're talking about what is effectively are the above ground issues, not the technical issues. Most of the technical issues can be solved easily enough with money and engineering. However, the greatest risks tend to be above ground in the policy, legal environment. So we have concerns of coastal communities, and those we do want to address. Important to note that what we're talking about now, again, is exploration, not production. But these concerns, issues raised by coastal communities are often amplified way in excess of any reality. Probably, in my view, the biggest risk we face is the risk of doing nothing. And energy security has come into the fore. It hasn't been prioritized, but it has come to the fore over the Iran issue. And I think more and more people now are starting to understand that if we have and can produce our own oil and gas, then the game does change significantly for us, as it has in the examples of Guyana and Namibia and Mozambique and Norway and the UK, and certainly of America, which has turned its economy around and is now the world's biggest producer of oil and gas. Who would have thought that 10 years ago? There's also very limited visibility of the energy transition efforts. There are significant progress made on emissions, sustainability, and so on, especially towards decarbonizing the industry. And then probably to answer Daryl's earlier question around one single obstacle or thing that we need to have addressed fairly quickly is the regulatory and policy uncertainty. The regulations are very, very complex. They're uncertain. There are, as I've explained, approval delays that just negatively impact investment decisions, and potential investors don't want indecision. They don't want uncertainty. And when you looked at the kind of investment that was flowing into Mozambique, this is what is at risk, where people have, and by people I mean other oil and gas explorers, have got options around the world. And then my last point on industry challenges is around economic development is often cost. in opposition to environmental responsibility. There are tensions around this, but there's absolutely no need for that. The reality is that this is a responsible industry that does a huge amount of risk assessment and develops mitigation plans, publishes them. And in South Africa, we have a very, very robust impact assessment and regulatory framework. So can we move on to one more slide? And there's a list of some of our key constraints here. The first is, just as I've mentioned, the numerous appeals that just clog up the program, and the decisions do not always align with NEMA and ICMA's, the coastal management legislation. And so this creates a whole lot of uncertainty. And then there's clarity within the fiscal framework, which I'm not going to dwell on here. The biggest one is clearly a mechanism for the reimbursement of the state carried percentage. And there are a couple of other ones that are listed there around fiscal stability is a big one, to ensure that should there be any regime change, any change into the future, that contract sovereignty remains. And then there has been an energy one-stop shop established, but as has the SIP listed projects, the strategic integrated projects, and exploration is one of those. But to date, there are no tangible benefits and a lack of clarity on timelines on those. So those are some of our concerns as we stand at the moment. So what do we need to do? Could we move on one slide, please? As has been said a couple of times before, this for us is about collaboration and fostering better understanding. We do want some presidential intervention. We do want collaboration across ministries. And for example, a dialogue such as we're doing today goes a long way towards doing that. There are people who would not typically be in our discussions here today, and that's an excellent thing. We also want the current processes that are in court accelerated, and we would like there to be special courts, as you do with family courts, traffic courts, competition courts, that have experts associated with them. And just as an allied point here, South Africa does not have an oil and gas exploration and production history or understanding, or a gas economy understanding at a deep DNA level, for example, as would, say, Norway or Scotland. And there are people in industry who have a lot of this expertise and are willing and able. We also want clear regulations, and we want them finalized. We do know that, for example, the gas master plan is in a development at the moment. We also need the Upstream Petroleum Development Act to be finally, we know it's been signed, but we need it to be gazetted. And very importantly, we want clear and stable fiscal terms that are attractive. So where does that end up with? Economic growth, reindustrialization, energy security, and very, very positive impact into the fiscus in terms of government revenues. So much like the templates we've heard about in Guyana, with spectacular economic growth, that, maybe not at that scale as a larger, way more complex economy, but that is the direction that we see and want this to go. Thank you very much. Darryl.
Thanks very much, Niall, for that overview and presentation. And thanks, Theo. I saw you struggle towards the end, that last slide, but we got it up in the end. Yeah, very, very interesting. If I can try and pull these two presentations together, what's obvious is the way that upstream oil and gas can serve as a catalyst, not only a catalyst, a huge incentive for massive economic growth and prosperity in a country. Paul's presentation showing the macro benefits in Mozambique, also showing us what's happening in Guyana. I think the words were fastest growing economy on planet Earth. Really shows you the importance of the upstream oil and gas industry in changing the trajectory of a country's economic prosperity. What also then, of course, comes immediately to the fore is the stark contrast, just by looking at the Orange Basin. And we saw how many wells have been drilled in Namibia. And we have we're just to the south of the border, we're part of the very same geology, and nothing has happened. So that does indicate that we are getting things wrong, or we are not as we are maybe perhaps more constrained or challenged due to some circumstances which are beyond our control. But it's very clear to see that marked difference. And I'm sure Namibia will very soon start announcing investment decisions, and they will start enjoying the same macroeconomic benefits that we see in Guyana and Mozambique. But if I maybe can, within that context, Paul, I'm going to go back to you with a question. Your triangles and the sequencing thereof, it does seem to put the first leg as the focus in the northern markets to address the gas cliff on the assumption of LNG importation. How important is the timing of those investment decisions in the infrastructure, in any enabling gas to power markets, specifically as we try and address the gas cliff on the one hand, but also, of course, the power cliff on the other hand? The question to you, Paul, is how important is the urgency, and what are the challenges for our investment decisions that are required in that first corner of your triangle?
No, thank you very much for the question. I mean, the notion of the gas cliff and the power cliff is reasonably well communicated by now, so I won't go into the details. The reality is that this is something that's been addressed fairly late, and it could have been addressed a number of years ago, but there's no complaint. We are where we are, we have to move forward. What is particularly interesting at the moment is you have a live procurement. The live procurement of the gas to power projects has occurred. Bids have been submitted. Let's see what the evaluators find. But that's in the context of, as I've mentioned, a lot more discoveries of oil and gas to the west in the Orange Basin, where there's no doubt whatsoever that Namibia is largely geologically proven, all about commercialization now, which is above ground. And of course, to the east of South Africa, you have the Mozambican case where there's an awful lot of LNG. So the upstream dynamics and the LNG supply dynamics are a lot different for South Africa than they would have been, say, in the year 2018, to pick a random example. Timing is very important. Sasol, as a listed company, have communicated when their production declines, when customers get cut off. We don't need to question that. Clearly, the Eskom position on the power cliff is also geological fact, and the position of coal and the age of the machinery, that type of thing. The main challenge per the triangles, and this is why we integrate them, is to do things in parallel. It is not easy to do things in parallel. We all know this. It's easier to focus on one thing at one time rather than two or three at the same time, but it can be done. And really the theme that comes through is the need for two things. It's the need for central regulation, central coordination. I don't want to use the word central planning. And then the second issue that's really important is project management. Think about things like a World Cup 2010. Think about things like a World Cup now or an Olympic Games. How they're put together is by lots of activities taking place at the same time to execute a common goal. And that's really all we're suggesting, is that the gas to power program is not just a gas to power program. It's also solving the gas cliff. It's also putting in place gas market dynamics that can help onshore develop more quickly, and then offshore associated gas in the next decade. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Paul. I think the clear answer there is that we need to get cracking. We need to do it now. There will be project-on-project risk, but these can be solved for in a coordinated manner. So thanks very much for that. Niall, if I may swing one to you. If we do look at the timelines that you say it takes from a discovery to potentially, well, from getting your exploration permit to actually drilling a hole in a South African context, but in a best practice context globally, there's quite a long timeline between discovery and investment decision. Do you think that there are any prospects in South Africa realistically that could address gas and or power cliff, noting that we're talking here in the main probably about the onshore resources, but then potentially even long-term getting some gas supply into the Western Cape and even to Gauteng economies from Orange Basin. Any idea or any indication on timelines we could expect on that?
Yeah, well, what we are hearing at the moment from the authorities, and I heard a few touches on this in the intros this morning from Mr. Nhlapo, and those are very encouraging. Is that the longer term provision of what is our natural endowment is clearly now in people's focus. And generally across decision makers, we do hear reference to upstream oil and gas, and especially to the Orange Basin. And I just want to touch on that, something I should have said earlier. The Orange Basin straddles Namibia and South Africa. Companies have looked at the Orange Basin in South Africa, but we took so long to get a clear response from government. Those companies went north to Namibia and have become active there. 60% of that basin sits on our side of the border. So the size of the prize that is sitting there is very, very significant. And I think that realization, given also the crisis around energy sovereignty, is pushing the timeline forward. So, Daryl, to answer you, I'm encouraged by what we are hearing. We now need to hear that translated into execution, though. And we need to see that done with coordination. And that's a leadership issue. And leadership needs to be shown, it needs to be decisive. And my biggest fear here, and I'm not a fearmonger, but is that as happened elsewhere with, say, 11B, 12B, that's off the coast of Mossel Bay, people who were invested in there did discover, have drilled 2 holes and have discovered significant oil and gas, mainly associated gas, and they were not able to reach agreement with South Africa and have moved on. So there's now only one remaining party there. And the issue here is that these companies have options around the world. We need to keep them here. The way to do that is to make the terms attractive. They do seem, the government and policymakers do seem to be hearing that. And certainly industry does seem to be hearing that and is, we've seen the issues around load shedding. We've seen the difficulties coming out of Iran and supply. One thing I will say is that this industry is very, very responsive. When there is a crisis, alternative routes are found, whether they be pipelines through the desert up in the Middle East or supply of gas coming out of what's now called the Gulf of America at greater and greater scale. And my vision is that South Africa becomes a massively productive, prosperous hub. There's no question that there's never a society anywhere in the world that does not have productivity, a productive, a prosperous population and economy without good, reliable, abundant energy. It simply doesn't happen. The biggest enemy to the environment, which is often cast against this, is poverty.
Thanks very much. Yeah. Thanks very much, Niall. It does stimulate another thought which I just came up with, and please, either yourself or Paul can correct me if I'm wrong. But if I'm not mistaken, as a general rule of thumb, and this is a very general statement, the amount of revenue that would accrue to the fiscus on an assumed 100,000 barrel per day of oil production, and I emphasize oil, I know this is a gas dialogue, but that could present the fiscus with roughly about $300 million per annum of revenue. And we saw some of the numbers in Paul's slide pack of what can accrue to the government of Mozambique, and that's from a gas perspective. So it's quite clear that there's very strong fiscal benefits for a government that creates an enabling and a facilitating upstream oil and gas sector. So obviously, Orange Basin is going to be associated gas. So whether it's Namibia first, well, it will be Namibia first, and we follow. There tends to be a production profile which favors oil in the initial years, and then the associated gas gets reinjected, is my understanding, and then thereafter it makes sense to start monetizing the gas itself and not reinjecting it back into the reservoirs. From a timing perspective and that concept, I think Orange Basin is probably not going to address anything to do with the gas cliff. It's obviously geographically remote. It would need pipeline infrastructure, and it would need gas to be available in the early years. So it does, again, pose the question, if, for example, the commercial and industrial markets of Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal contract and commit to LNG through either one or both of the LNG terminals that have been discussed, what does that mean in the long term for the ability to flip out of, if that language is correct, or to move or to transition to a potential gas from either from the Orange Basin? Paul, I wonder if you have an opinion on that. Can you maybe give us some view of whether you think this is additive or will it be substitution? Would LNG be would domestic gas be on top of LNG contracts, or would it be something that one could opt out of?
No, thanks for the question, Darrell. I mean, I think the crucial point here is really to explain, first of all, the timing concept, and then the second point is really the nature of economic growth. So the timing point is that the gas cliff and the power cliff need solving today. Sasol's timelines have been communicated. DE has clearly communicated the issue. So gas to power is essentially required from the very early 2030s, 2030 onwards. The gas cliff has to essentially be solved by late 2029. And without that being solved, there's the economic consequences that the DE speaker mentioned. So that has to be solved. When it comes to offshore and upstream, the timing is long, but the benefits are apparent and real, but they take some time to come through. So just to pick Guyana as an example, they have high growth now, but their first discovery was 2015. So let's say South Africa's first discovery is 2027. You're probably talking about the best part of a decade until you get full ramp up, which is the late 2030s, which is, of course, 7, 8, 9 years after the gas cliff. So the timing is that the LNG has to occur first. The second point, which is very rarely talked about, is, of course, economic growth. South Africa, for a variety of reasons, has had relatively low economic growth for the last 20 years. That, of course, has impacted the demand for energy. When you have economic growth, and as I think Niall, myself and others have explained, economic growth will come from offshore oil and gas production and onshore as well. Economic growth in itself will increase the demand for energy and will also lead to drivers such as more domestic gas being available, leads to reindustrialization and so on. So that essentially means that more energy is required. So all the energy projections are based today in South Africa around the country not having indigenous oil and gas. When you have an indigenous oil and gas, you have more need for growth and you have more demand. And then the last point, as you're effectively alluding to, is the nature of IRP and the decommissioning of coal means that the country is required to have in the order of 13 to 16 gigawatts by the late 2030s of gas-fired power. There will be a lot of renewable capacity built, but of course that's not reliable energy in the middle of winter or overnight, that type of thing, which requires a lot of gas to power. So LNG from that perspective is required for security of supply, as well as actually being required to meet the country's energy requirements from an electricity perspective. But we also should not forget that LNG and gas can meet the country's industrial demand requirements and increasingly transport requirements going forward as a substitute for diesel consumption. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Paul, for that answer. Niall, your mic is still on, but would you like to add to that or say something in addition?
Yes, I would. Thank you. It's a worry that the country is getting too comfortable with the constant and all praise to Eskom for providing stable electricity at the moment. But to be realistic about that, we've had a lot of factories closing, smelters closing, people putting a lot of solar capacity that's taking demand off the national grid off. So, but if in a growing economy, we are going to need a stable, reliable base load, and at the moment, we're struggling at 1% our growth, and our peers in the developing world are in that sort of 3 to 5% range, and that really is where we should be. Some over 10 years ago now, and you've just asked a question around the timeline to first production when we start getting some results here and FID is taken. When those, I don't know how many people in the room today remember Project Pakisa and a week or two sitting in Durban thrashing out big results fast in the offshore economy. And at that time, we were looking at 30 wells within 10 years. Well, that hasn't happened, but it's that within 10 years point that I want to stress is that we cannot, in 10 years' time, be looking back at this saying, oh, well, we should have, could have, would have, didn't. We have this huge opportunity right in front of us now, and we need clearly these benefits to flow into industrializing the country. And just think what the poverty implications of spreading those opportunities around are. Right now, we import 100% of our crude and our gas, yes, from Mozambique at very good prices, and a lot of the majority of our refined products. These are probably, in aggregate, the largest import item that we are spending dollars on. If we have this in the country, we must use it. And the idea that we in Africa and South Africa should not be pursuing our potential benefits in oil and gas because others in the now developed world are saying we should not do it is just simply something we should ignore. We have to take this. We have, in single, probably less than 3% of our total emissions, if that is the thing that we are focusing on. There are other countries, areas that, if that is an issue of decarbonizing, there's a bigger prize elsewhere. I just also want to touch on the point of whether LNG and our own indigenous oil and gas could be run together in parallel or however, is essentially part of this whole transition discussion. And sometimes people think of the energy transition as arriving at some nirvana. We need to remember that there was a time when whale oil was the primary source and biomass. And that's moved through various forms of energy. And most often, that we do not transition from one form to another. It becomes an addition of the new or of the next form of energy. And certainly in a growing well, hopefully growing economy and developing one like ours, we're going to need all forms of energy, not one or the other.
Thanks very much for that, Niall. Maybe just a reminder, if I may ask you just to put your mic back on mute when you've finished. Yeah. Program Director, I wonder if I could just ask you just for clarification. I'm mindful of the time which has passed. Are we allowed to take questions from the folks online, or do you want us to continue with this chat? I just want to clarify that, Program Director, which can we take online questions and conversation pieces, assuming there might be questions?
Okay, no, thanks, Darrell. I think you're still on time. Was from my side, I see it's 10:20, and basically we are supposed to go up to around quarter to 11, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah. So yes, definitely. We once you maybe done with the panelists, you can also we had put aside around 10 minutes for questions. So you still have time to also ask questions from the panel from the people online.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
So I mean, if I can maybe then throw it open to the participants on this dialogue, is, you know, by show of hands, if you would like to ask a question or make a comment, I'll acknowledge you. Please say who you are and who you represent before posing your question or making a comment. So the floor is open. If you could indicate by show of hands if you would like to ask a question or make a comment. I see from the department, Gift.
No, thank you, Program Director, and thanks to you, Darrell. Mine is just comments, open comments, and I would like to thank the presenters, Paul and Mr. Kramer and Snail, yes, Mr. Kramer, for the enlightening presentations that they've done. Mine, Chair, is just to share things that we may also consider, looking at the fact that this is a dialogue, and I'm not now speaking in a representative capacity on behalf of the DG. I'm just speaking in my personal capacity as a responsible for legislation and regulatory side of things. The challenges that have been addressed, identified, are real, and I was listening carefully to also the proposals. I mean, the proposals for collaboration, the proposals for a need for central regulation, the key challenges that are on the regulatory and policy certainty issues, as well as the special courts issues and the clear regulation that needs to be put up. And my mind was just reaching out to one of the aspects that we seek to address in the gas bill is to deal with integrated energy projects, so that gas projects, wherever they exist, if they need to be integrated and to be brought into the gas side of things, then they should be. Then there are provisions to make sure that those things could be accommodated instead of addressing them through, let's say, the electricity side of things, gas to power side of things. Even if they were to be purely gas related, some of those provisions are intended to ensure that at least we strategize to be in that position, and we do try to provide a linkage with the strategic integrated projects, so that we make these instruments to be able to make its own impact without being related to the electricity projects, even if it also services the electricity related projects. So my comment is also that in that collaboration aspect, we know that from government perspective, there's been discussions and the issues of the energy side being hamstrung by legal challenges and all of that. There's been discussions and talks around the creation of special courts to deal with this. However, maybe we need from the gas side also to really make some noise around around these matters and try and see how these developments that are taking place can be interfaced to make sure that the gas-related challenges are also elevated to the level where they are also dealt with as challenges themselves by themselves, which has a huge potential on our economic turnaround issues. And in that regard, I think there has been some talk around an energy security bill that was talked from the NICOM side of things. And probably maybe we may need to look at this, especially also from the regulator side, to say, should that aspect gain momentum and those discussions really take place? Maybe a discussion needs to take place as to saying, shouldn't we in the energy security bill then start advocating for a chapter that deals with addressing gas issues and gas challenges? And in that discussion also advocate for special courts to say, if it's energy projects and for us to really overcome these legal obstacles that can be used to get projects to be defunded and really be abandoned. Security, special courts provisions relating to energy projects, covering as well as gas projects. And I think if we can advocate for that, I think all the forces are converging towards supporting this, because from the DMPR side, those are the challenges that are there. From the energy side, those are the challenges that are there. Even if it was an electricity project, the legal challenges, transmission programs, the issues of potential court challenges, access to land, getting land that can be set aside for these projects. So those are all common challenges, but they've not been elevated to be considered within the gas side within the same discussions that is considered for the electricity side. So my just input was that as these discussions are taking place, let's also try and be deliberate about it to bring these discussions forthwith. If it happens through the inputs that the regulator must make, we must just be mindful of being deliberate about it. On our side now, as we learn most of these proposed solutions that are coming from industry, it is also our responsibility to sensitize and make sure that we also elevate this from the government side to make sure that where we get involved and speak about these solutions, they are not only limited to certain sectors, but they are also equally applicable to the gas side of things. So that was my input, as well as the issues of, as we process the Gas Act, we have to come a point where we have to deal with regulations. So maybe we need to, when we get to that point with the regulator, make sure that when we do that, then we also do a process that tries and resolves all these challenges that we are having, if our legislative framework provides that framework for us to set up regulations, and then we do by the time we go out for public comments, we do a process that has integrated all these challenges that we are trying to address here and try to solve for this. With legislation, colleagues, I think even if the technical and the financial and the other solutions are there, we should start as early as we can, because legislation forms the fundamental framework for everything. So I think we can have all the solutions, the technical and the financial, but when our framework lags behind, then we have challenges. So maybe we should start thinking aloud around these things and start that work as soon as possible. Thank you, Chair. This is just my with inputs and comments.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Appreciate that very much. And I think, and I acknowledge Samuel and Tabang, I'll get to now, But an important point that you've raised at the back end of that response is the importance of harmonization and coordination between the different departments. Because obviously this is, if we talk about an indigenous gas to power value chain, it's a long and complex chain, and it straddles various pieces of legislation. Even if we talk about an LNG importation project, you know, you've got the Ports Act, you've got the Gas Act, you've got the Electricity Regulation Act, you've got the Environmental Act, you've got the Carbon Act, National Determined Contribution. So these are complex matters when we talk gas value chains, and absolutely it's critical that there is harmonization, particularly the gift between your two departments. Well, the energy on the one hand and minerals and resources on the other hand. So I just wanted to make that point. Samuel, you were ahead of Tabang, but your hand is down. Do I give Tabang the floor, or do you want to come in, Samuel?
Thank you,
Samuel,
Daryl.
yes.
I wanted to maybe come in after Daryl if the discussion is sort of pertaining the legislative framework, but I wanted to slightly digress from the regulatory or legal framework per se, but to ask Paul from Standard Bank. Thank you for the presentations, by the way, to the two speakers. There's a certain theme that is always coming up when I listen to such type of presentations, where we have to synchronize or find a way of synergy between energy, LNG supply, the import infrastructure, as well as our own internal demand per se. My question really is, or in fact, just a further curiosity on my part, is the countries that are getting this right, what are their success factors? I think from our side, the demand is there, but we are price sensitive. We want gas, but we want it at a certain cost. And sometimes LNG is beyond our desired levels as a country per se. And you would find that in as much as we are supporting and we are really for gas, some of the stakeholders are for gas, but at a certain ceiling, if I can say, talking pricing now. So what are the success factors that lead to the development of such infrastructure, given the type of volatility that exists in the LNG pricing world? I thought if there are factors that maybe we need to note as the gas users, maybe this is an opportunity also to share with us. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Samuel. I think, Paul, that's a question that's addressed to you on price. Is that correct, in a nutshell?
No, thank you for the question. I mean, it's an observation that's made often in the market. You know, who on earth wants to pay for something more than they need to pay for, or they'd have something else cheaper? It's a normal point, and it's human, it's natural. But you've had over 40 countries in the world come to this debate and conclusion, and they realise that they need to import LNG. Because at the end of the day, it's cheaper than heavy fuel oil, it's cheaper than petrol, it's cheaper than diesel, it's cheaper than no energy at all, it's cheaper than batteries, it's cheaper than diesel-fired power. So that's the conclusion that is come to, and it's really a determination to have it. On the pricing point, I'm a little bit skeptical, to be honest, because let's just give you a nice provocative example. I've got a Samsung, lots of people have iPhones. iPhones are expensive, Samsungs are expensive, but consumers decide they have to have them. So it's really a question about the determination of the individual country to have it. But I think in the South African context, what is crucial over the last few years is the point that myself and Niall have made, which is since 2022, there is no doubt whatsoever that Namibia's oil and gas discoveries mean that South Africa has offshore oil and gas as well. So even if prices won't come down, the affordability at a national macro level is higher because the country has oil and gas, and that will lead to balance of payments, fiscal, GDP benefits, and so on. So I think that's probably how I'd answer the question. Although, of course, a new energy source which is higher than traditional coal is going to have some frictional dislocation.
Thanks very much, Paul, for that. Thabang, you've had your hand up for a while. I acknowledge you. Do you want to come in?
Yes, good morning, Darren. Good morning, everyone. Morning, Paul. Morning, Nel. Yeah, just two questions there. The first one is on the LNG. I guess Samuel has touched on it a bit. The LNG pricing, I mean, if one looks at all the publications on the trend, LNG pricing globally, we can see where the trend is going. The question is, the impact of this LNG pricing, especially on the gas to power program. How do we cushion the electricity tariff from being, fully exposed to the LNG pricing? Are there experiences that we can learn from globally, Paul and Nile? So that's the first question. The second one is still related to LNG. We all agree that given the time frame within which we require natural gas, LNG seems to be a viable option for the country. But we also acknowledge that in the possible medium long term, we need to put measures to explore our own dom gas and regional. How do we transition then, assuming that we, in the short medium, we get some LNG supplies? How do we transition from those LNG contracts to relying more on domestic and regional? Do we find the solution in the gas supply agreement, or is the solution found elsewhere? And this is obviously to avoid us from, locking ourselves in long-term LNG supplies and effectively sterilizing the production of our domestic/regional gas. So how do we transition from LNG to domestic and to regional gas? Thanks, Darren.
Thanks to Bang. Paul, I'm going to put that one onto your lap again, if I may. I guess the question is, how do we, do we substitute or do we grow?
Yeah, let me do the second bit of Tabang's question first. I mean, Standard Bank has been clear over a number of years, there's no such thing as regional gas. There is no free lunch for South Africa. Any market who is adjacent to South Africa, whether it's Namibia with oil or gas or Mozambique with gas, has the choice of selling that gas in the international market. So there's no such thing as regional gas. On domestic gas, I think we would argue that it should be undertaken, it should be explored, but we make two crucial points. First of all, the timeframes don't match. Onshore can potentially do, 1-2 gigawatts equivalent, but that's going to be around about the early 2030s. Offshore oil and gas in the form of the Orange Basin is going to be the late 2030s, the early 2040s. So the notion that importing 1, 2, 3 gigawatts equivalent of LNG is going to affect a country that has demand of 25 to 30 gigawatts of power, we simply don't agree with it. It's a very small fraction. And then we go back to the point which persistently gets ignored, which is if South Africa has oil and gas, which we believe it has, the production of that oil and gas will lead to economic growth in South Africa of a magnitude that has not been seen in the last 20 years, for argument's sake, 4% per annum. And that will lead to the demand for more electricity, which cannot be met through existing sources. So the LNG requirements, in our opinion, will continue for a long, long period of time. They will not be reduced. There is no substitution effect. And actually what will happen is that the domestic gas, when it comes along, whether it be from Velcom, Mpumalanga, or offshore the Orange Basin, will simply be meeting the economic growth requirements. There's a very good analogy here, which is really the impact of global renewable energy in the global energy markets. What we've seen in the global energy markets is that for all the renewable energy production that gets produced, it simply goes into fulfilling increased demands for energy globally. You don't have a substitution of oil and gas. The Energy Institute published their statistical review yesterday, Oil and gas remained at 86% of global total energy supply, and it probably will do for the next few years. So the more renewables you produce, it simply goes into the pot that's required of energy, and it will be much the same thing in South Africa. LNG will be imported. We'll start off with a couple of million tons. Maybe it gets to 5-6 million tons in time, but there will be no substitution, because when domestic gas comes along, it will simply fill the increased requirements of South Africa, but that by that time is producing oil and gas. Thanks.
Thanks, Paul. That's quite a comprehensive response there. An important question, Tabang, but I think if I can just summarize it, what Paul was saying there is that we need to have the confidence to contract for the period that is necessary, not only for the offtake of the molecule, but also not forgetting the establishment of the infrastructure and the asset that's associated with it. And these things will be additive. They will come on top of each other, is I think what I heard Paul saying. Maduna, your hand's been up for a while. I acknowledge you if you would like to come in. And can I also just maybe a reminder for everybody just to make sure that their mics are on mute. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Darren. Thanks, Darren, with your team for the good presentations. I just want to make a comment. I mean, I think Gift raised a couple of issues when it comes to how to make sure that we develop the projects and how do you deal with some of the legislative issues. Firstly, I think we know for a fact that any gas program would be challenged. I think that we should, prepare for that, because it's something that will happen. Now, it will be challenged using the very same legislations that government have put forward. The argument would be, you didn't comply with this, you didn't comply with that. And the challenge would be on two fronts. Firstly, they would challenge the private sector itself. Whoever that's doing the project would be challenged. And secondly, they will challenge the projects that are run by the government, one of which I think it would be the gas to power project, for instance. It would be challenged. Now, we can do certain things about that. From a government perspective, as we look at the legislations, we need to look at the issues that could create the platform for this project to be challenged, especially the gas one, because we know they will be challenged. One of them, for instance, is the environmental authorization. The environmental authorization, it got certain requirements, which if you don't comply with them, they will be challenged. Is this requirement, all of them fair? Is there something that we can do to sort of relax and cushion ourselves in a case of challenge, because we know it's going to happen? Secondly, even the RFP documents themselves. I mean, do we need everything that's in there? Because when the projects are being challenged, they would use those documents to challenge them. One of the things that, for instance, it's being said in some of these documents is that you must have a valid environmental authorization. Now, that environmental authorization, when they do the challenge, they would try and delay as much as possible for the project to reach financial close. And then a few months down the line, they'll be challenging you that, no, your environmental authorization has expired. And when you try and reapply or extend that, they would challenge that extension of the authorization. So we shouldn't put things that would expose ourselves from the challenge. So we need to analyze all of these things and say, look, why would we say it must be valid, for instance? If you have it, if it expires, it shouldn't automatically disqualify you, because those are the things that when they do challenge, they would make a point that it does expire, because that's what they want to do. Once it expires, they say, you must be off the list, because now you don't have a valid environmental authorization, despite the fact that you had a valid one before, but the process did not allow you to close the deal on time. I'm just making an example. I mean, these are some of the things that we need to look at when it comes to a program such as gas, because we know for a fact that we're up for a long run on this project. Thanks. It was just a comment.
Thanks, Maduna. Thanks for those insights, some very important points that you've touched on there, and some very real observations. Program Director Stephen, I see your hand, but just before I let you come in, we got to 10:45. Fumulani, should we continue for another 5 minutes? Maybe I think I should just allow Stephen, and then we can conclude the session if you agree, Program Director.
Yes, now I think we can quickly do that because we don't have to stop people from asking. That should be your last
yeah.
Speak, and then you can wrap up. Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, Stephen. So one last question from you, and if I may ask you to keep it crisp and short, thanks. And then we will wrap the session. Thanks, Stephen. Over to you.
Okay, Daryl, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can.
All right, yes, thank you. Yeah, my name is Stephen Rothman. I head up LNG Hub. We're a small, medium-scale LNG provider, or we are setting up in South Africa. So the questions that came along are focused on the mega projects. And our concern is that there is no emphasis on enabling small-scale LNG into the market. So to enable small-scale LNG into the market, and we're talking, in the bigger scheme, the mega projects we're talking about, we're talking 105,000 or 105 million liters of diesel equivalent that we would be bringing in the form of LNG. We would have the expansion capacity through any port of entry going up to 300 million liters. So it is significant for the economy to grow the economy. So when we are looking at the mega projects, they are important, but the enabling factors of TMPA allowing ship to truck into the country is not there. We've gone through a 4-year process. We've got EIA approvals. We had an appeal. We got a favorable outcome of the appeal in April this year. But what is our obstacle? We went through that whole process. Our obstacle is working with the likes of TMPA, getting authorization and bringing the gas into the country. So the questions, I know we're looking at the mega projects, but there could have been LNG in the country through 3 ports of entry in the last 2-3 years could have been on the ground. And that's something that we can address a bit later, but I just wanted to raise that as well.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Stephen. I think probably the answer to your comments might sit better in some of the subsequent sessions, particularly if we look at the next session. And I think we've covered a lot of the discussion points actually in this session, but noted. I have to wrap now. I think Paul has had to excuse himself. He had another commitment at 1:45. But if I may just make a very few closing comments, and Nala, if you want to add anything, please do so as shortly as possible or as succinctly as possible. But what I hear from this session is upstream oil and gas is hugely beneficial for a country. It's a long-term aspiration for South Africa. We need LNG importation to address a gas cliff and a power cliff, and the gas and the indigenous opportunity comes in addition. There are international precedents for this to happen, and so I don't think we should fear or not take the step on LNG out of concern for what it means in the long run for indigenous opportunities. Now, if I could ask you if you have something to say, otherwise I'll hand back to Program Director because we're now 5 minutes over. Niall, you're on mute.
My apologies. Thank you. I will be brief. I wanted to thank Mr. Ngubeni for those comments, and I think you're absolutely correct that activists treat this in a tactical manner, and the objective is simply to delay and frustrate. However, the thing that we can do is have special courts and put more people with actual industry gas economy experience in those, and generally across all of the bodies that contribute towards making this happen. The one issue that is not well understood is that we do have the impact assessment environmental standards that are amongst the highest in the world. We have some of the highest hurdles in the world. They're very, very thorough. However, they are not that well understood. For example, people object on the basis of as if exploration and production were the same thing. They're not. And production requires a second set of authorizations. So thank you for those comments, but it is something that has to be addressed fairly urgently because the investors have other options around the world. And the key here is that this is their money at their risk. It's not ours. We're not asking people to put their hands in their pockets locally and say, you know, put $150 million into each of these 10 wells. This would come from the exploration companies themselves. Their money at their risk, other people's money. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to everyone who's participated here. Spreading the sense of urgency around that we must do this and we must do it swiftly is very, very helpful. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. Thanks, Niall, for that, and thanks for your contribution. Thanks to Paul as well. He's, I think he's left the forum already, but thanks to him in his absence. And without stealing any more minutes, over to you, Program Director. Thanks very much. Apologies, I was 6 minutes beyond my slot. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Darrell, and thank you very much to Niall and also to Paul in absentia. The session was very, very, very insightful. And I think without really wasting much time, I wouldn't go back to summarize anything. You have summarized so very well. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be now moving to our second segment, which basically deals with regulatory certainty, timing, and LNG lock-in risk. In this session, it's going to be moderated by Ms. Fatima Sheikh from Nersa Energy Consulting. And I think what I will ask now before I hand over to her is that when she introduces her panelists, then may I request that each panelist, maybe when they greet and get introduced, then they just switch on their camera so that people can put the name to the face, and then from there they can switch off the cameras if they want. Ms. Fatima Sheikh, without wasting time, yours was supposed to start at 2:15, but it's 10:02. I think what we can do just to that is we had put in a comfort break for about 15 minutes. Maybe looking at how we're going to go, then we can maybe just reduce that coffee break to 10 minutes so that you can actually finish around 10 to 12. So thank you very much, and you can take over now, Ms. Fatima Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nenzalele. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second segment or portion of the gas dialogue. As the program director indicated, the focus of this session is going to be on regulatory certainty, timing, and LNG lock-in risk. In particular, I think some of these points were touched on in the earlier segment, and thanks to the panelist and moderator for that session for laying a sort of very detailed foundation for the discussion in terms of laying out where we are in respect of gas supply, in looking at the potential gas developments and the challenges that are faced with gas supply. And in particular, this session will look at upstream gas policy, regulatory and planning framework across the gas value chain, and whether this supports timely and credible decision-making around gas investments, as well as whether there's delays and uncertainty risks entrenching long-term LNG dependence. The Nersa team has assembled quite a experienced and knowledgeable group of panelists. They are Dr. Pendile Masangane from the Development Bank of South Africa, Mr. Jaco Human from Iguasa, as well as Mr. Roger Beaumont from the head of LNG origination at Vitol. If I could just ask Dr. Masangane to please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Fatima. Colleagues, good morning. I am Pendile Masangane from the DBSA. A wonderful discussion to be in. Actually, I'm very nervous to even speak because I might spoil some things. I think it's gone so well. And Chair, just to congratulate Nersa for convening us today. I think it's very timely.
Yes, great. Thanks. Yes, it is a very important discussion. Mr. Human?
Good afternoon, Fatima, and thanks for the opportunity. Of course, I think I am with Pendile here. Hopefully we can add to what has already been said. Certainly very comprehensive and very fortunate to be here today. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks very much. And lastly, Mr. Beaumont.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the invite. It's good to see so many participants and a good discussion in the first segment. I look after the origination and business development in Vitol, and I guess for those that are a little bit less familiar with Vitol, we have quite a few interests in Southern Africa. One of them being Engen, which you're probably very aware of if you live in South Africa or in Africa overall. So trying to bring a little bit the LNG procurement angle through my experience and knowledge, not only in Vitol, but in previous companies that I've worked for, whether they're pure sellers or pure buyers, and trying to match that with the topic at hand today.
Great, thanks very much, and we look forward to the contributions from all of you. As I indicated earlier, the earlier session did lay quite a good groundwork for some of the issues and challenges with regard to securing gas supply and the choices between, or the apparent choices, I should say, between domestic gas production, imported LNG, as well as looking at both the dynamics around offshore as well as onshore gas developments. I think firstly, I'll ask Dr. Masangane the first question, largely around a sort of regulatory timelines across the gas value chain. And can we realistically match the pace of LNG contracting and infrastructure decisions with those? And what are the sort of most critical misalignments today? And what are the impacts on LNG procurement? Dr. Masangane?
Thanks, Fatima. I will keep my camera off because I'm not in the country and sometimes the network dips. If it does, sure, please move on to the next speaker. I'd also made a suggestion that we also maybe consider starting with the panelists that have got time constraints, but let me answer your question for now. If one looks at the timing in terms of the LNG infrastructure, particularly matching it with the electricity supply industry inflection point we have around 2030, I honestly remain very, very nervous whether or not we can meet this timeline at which we decommission our coal-fired power station. Fatima, one of the few points I wanted to make today is that we need gas to power, not because we have a gas cliff for industry, for which I'm one of the big sympathizers for that. We need gas to power because we have to stabilize our grid. So we need gas to power for electricity industry, not for the industrial users of gas. I think for me, that's very, very important. So the risk to 2030, while it coincides with the risk of the gas cliff, it's actually a 2030 power risk than an industrial risk. And therefore, I think we should do everything to meet those timelines. What risk do I see? It is now a matter of common or public knowledge that on that date that we're all looking forward to of gas to power bid submission, there was actually an urgent court application to stop the submission of those bids. Fortunately, our High Court dismissed that. So that's a big risk. People have spoken about it. We've got a highly litigious country, you know. But secondly, and most importantly, what makes me nervous from what's in the public domain is about the supply of the critical equipment and what strategies can we put in place to make sure that we are in the running for those gas turbines and gas engines. So can we close them? I know that developers had to bend over backwards to try and meet that application. And then lastly, on my side, when one talks about looking at this at locking in, I wish, and this is to my colleagues and in the department who have excellently represented our department on this, is to look at what are the risks to the economy if this does not happen. I think that's an important question to answer. So what happens if we lock ourselves is the question that we keep asking. This, by the way, we're talking about 6,000 of 16,000 megawatts that will be required by 2039. So this big concern is around 6,000 of 16,000. You know, it's almost a third of what. So I'm not sure where the nervousness about lock-in comes in, because for me, it's about mitigating this 2030 risk. By the way, 2030, I want to emphasize, is a power supply risk, not the industrial risk. So therefore, when we talk about this lock-in, one must look at it in context of what we need. I think Paul answered this question more eloquently than I would ever do, because if we expect the economy to grow, then the demand definitely will be much more than that. Of course, there are cleaner technologies for supplying the demand. But again, to my point, what is the risk if we don't do it? Fatima, in closing, I would like to take my colleagues who are really worried about lock-in to consider where we were in 2010. I know I'm giving away my age here. In 2010, when we were considering implementing the renewable energy program, we're actually having the same problem of the PV CSP prices were so high that we used to actually have a graph that shows where Eskom's cost of production is versus the price that we need for this renewable energy project. But we bit the bullet and we went for it. And look at where we are now. For me, the issue is about taking the country over the inflection point in 2030 and landing us safely post the 2030 era, and then we can breathe a sigh of relief and look at other things. Thanks, Fatima.
Thanks very much, Dr. Masingani. I think those are quite critical points. And I think this apparent question of that these are binary choices. I think someone in the first segment had used that wording, that it's not necessarily one or the other, that we should be pursuing all possible options in order to diversify the risks associated with that. Over to you, Mr. Beaumont, and particularly around the contracting issues. The timelines that we're looking at for, all of the sort of regulatory approvals, etc. How do these sort of align with how LNG deals are structured and concluded? We have had issues with, how to procure gas to power, etc. As well. So perhaps, your insights on that. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for that. Let me put it very bluntly, there are no LNG supply issues from that perspective. It is more of a South Africa is new to LNG for sure. I think it is fair to say that it has been spoiled with cheap Mozambican gas for a long time. And that is obviously declining. The reality is that the bottleneck in all of this is not LNG supply. You will find companies like Vitol or others in the market for sure that are willing to start supplying even from a month from now. So the bottleneck is not the availability of LNG. It has a cost, and I want to demystify the fact that just the notion that LNG comes from further away means it's more expensive. That's not always the case either. it depends on and we're not, and I'm not trying to create a comparison here or a competition for all that matter versus upstream domestic gas developments, which by definition tend to always be prioritized for the fact that they're domestic, and correctly so. But that doesn't always mean that they're cheaper either. It depends on the subsurface structures and the means to get that to the market as well. So I think the main issue in South Africa, and I've been part of the gas to power program. The first one that I participated actively in was 2015, where I remember a very big conference in Cape Town. Back in the days with the then IPP office directors to drum support before the FX issues. Needless to say that the issue in South Africa is the infrastructure. Someone needs to put down the money and the investment for the infrastructure, and the gas to power program does allow for that to happen. So I think it's a good thing. What it does mean, though, is that the project developer who is entering into a 20-year PPA will want gas price security and reliability, which means that by definition you're going to lock yourself into a supply source for that period of time, because you're not going to FID and take on a multi-billion-dollar project without knowing that you can square off, so to speak, the commodity risk. Hence, will South Africa, if the IPP program is successful, lock themselves into some LNG for a longer period of time? 100%, because I don't think a supplier is going to accept to have a rolling structure. At the same price. You can have a rolling structure, but at the market-related prices at that moment in time. So it's a balance between what the project developer really needs from security of supply and pricing security versus what the LNG market can provide. And let's not forget, domestic gas might be obviously used for the domestic purposes. LNG has alternatives, right? And this is the whole point. The LNG is there to solve logistical and timing issues where domestic and upstream developments cannot or tend not to. And let's not forget also that LNG offtake agreements like the ones that we enter into from all around the world, whether it's the US, whether it's West Coast Africa, Nigeria, Mozambique, etc., they also require 10, 20-year offtake agreements for those projects to FID. So it's the same problem but on the flip side of the coin. So I think there's a way too much narrative that this LNG program together with the IPP process might jeopardize upstream investments. Has anyone ever thought about becoming an exporter eventually? If your upstream developments are so beautiful and great, you might actually end up building liquefaction units and exporting it to the rest of the world.
Great, thanks. So even, if we have the LNG facility supplying ourselves with LNG from our domestic sources, I always found the argument about the sort of import risk of LNG and the pricing quite strange. We import all of our oil and sort of refined fuel, which are also subject to international oil prices. So I always found that a bit of a strange argument to make regarding LNG. I think you've also covered sort of another question that I had for you, Mr. Beaumont, which was around the sort of upstream certainties and LNG importation risks and how they may sort of impact infrastructure decisions as well. So I think you've covered an additional question that I had. Over to you, Mr. Human, and your perspective, I think, is really critical here because although there's a lot of emphasis on gas to power and the need for gas to power to address our electricity supply crisis, a really sort of important, I suppose, a bedrock of the domestic gas industry are industrial users. And I just wanted to get your sense and your insights on, what are the key sort of upstream LNG importation and system level risks And to what extent, are these contributing to sort of greater risk aversion from, domestic gas users? And how can we sort of take that into account in terms of gas system planning in South Africa? Thanks.
Thanks for the question, Fatima. So I think it's been mentioned earlier, I think by Niall, which said, listen, we are working with other people's money here. Capital around the world flows where it encounters the least resistance. I mean, that's clear. And investors don't wait for uncertainty. They invest where projects can reach financial close. We have a particular problem in South Africa to actually bring many of these initiatives and projects to close. And it is a unique problem that we see, considering what is happening elsewhere in the world. So right now, if we talk about LNG specifically, one of the key risks that we have in South Africa is as we pivot towards a gas economy, we've heard it all along today, we expect at least a 3, perhaps even a 5-fold increase in gas consumption towards the end of the next decade. Now, LNG is part of that. LNG cannot be it all, simply because the economy can't afford it. Now, one of the key risks from a system perspective is this over-reliance that we see on LNG. LNG is important for energy security, energy sovereignty, and the like, but it is not the economic solution for South Africa. That point needs to be made very, very clear. We need the cheaper energy through regional and domestic resources. So one of the other key risks that we also see, whether we're talking upstream or LNG in particular, is that there are no transactional solutions in place today that deals with this. If you consider what is playing out at LNG, at the moment in South Africa, we are actually not dealing with this transition to a gas economy at all. We're dealing with the electricity problem and hoping to solve a gas problem. All right. That is, and we're not dealing with a gas economy per se. If you look at what is required, I mean, at a transactional level, the country needs to adopt policies, right? We are aware of possibly 1 or 2 policies that have been adopted over the last 5 years in the gas space. There's probably a set of 10 policies that require significant focus. The issue really sits around, where does the demand come from? If there's demand certainty, the investment will follow. It is as simple as that. From a regulatory perspective, we are actually quite mature from a regulatory environment in the gas energy space. If you work around Africa, you will notice that there's quite big problems. I mean, we hear what is happening in Namibia, for example. Namibia actually doesn't have a gas regulatory set. Mozambique's regulatory environment is quite immature as well. We're fortunate in that way, that from a regulatory perspective, I think we do tick all the boxes, or most of the boxes rather. So the key risk also, whether we talk upstream, midstream, and downstream, is who in government is actually responsible for integrating the gas economy. From our perspective, we think the job at hand in the gas economy is bigger than the Department of Electricity and Energy. It is bigger than the DMPR. It is bigger than Treasury, and it's bigger than the DTIC, the economic cluster that we have in our government space. So what needs to happen? So we need to elevate this, because if we're not going to transition to the gas economy in a very coordinated and focus-driven manner, then the system will collapse. We will not have, we're already hearing noises coming out from the ability and timeline issues we have in gas to power. Those things are real. And it's real because we are not dealing with this issue in an integrated manner. Gas and I just want to conclude with this, Fatima, is that the development of a gas economy needs to consider upstream, midstream, and downstream. We're actually not doing any of that properly at this point in time. The question is not whether money or capital is available by investors, etc. The question is simply whether South Africa can become the easiest place in the region for capital to invest.
Thanks very much. I think that that is quite an important point, that, there's a lot of things happening, but not necessarily in a coordinated and cohesive manner to reach or achieve certain outcomes. And I think as we've seen, crises in other sectors of the economy, like on the electricity side or even on the logistics side, often to solve these crises requires a coordinated effort, within a single entity to drive various sort of initiatives in different places within the economy, and so perhaps something similar on the gas side may be required as well. I think those are quite sort of interesting sort of insights. Another question for you, Mr. Human, is just around, how could we potentially sort of, mitigate some of these, some of the sort of risks? Are there any mechanisms or arrangements that would make it, I suppose, a little bit, more certain for, gas users sort of domestically to kind of, but support, various initiatives, whether it's, on the LNG side or domestic gas production, etc. Sort of what are they looking for in that respect? Thanks.
So, to unlock the potential here and actually solve an economic issue and an energy security issue, like I indicated earlier, it is evident that this issue is bigger than the government departments, all right? And this issue needs to be coordinated at a different level, and someone needs to pick up this ball. So right now, today, the biggest issue that we have is that we don't have an executable commercial solution for the gas cliff. All these incremental small steps that we see in the right direction is actually insufficient today. We hear about investment announcements, partnership announcements, all these kind of positive things that are unfolding and happening, but actually everything is still conditional. So all these balls are still up in the air. There's no certainty for gas energy security by 2030. So the government needs to create that environment that says it will come. It needs to de-risk for the private sector much of these investments. In other words, we need to wrap these transactions in a fiscal framework that supports the investment in gas midstream infrastructure. I think it was Roger that said earlier, access to gas, particularly LNG, is not the problem. All right, the world is awash with LNG, but it's this midstream piece that is problematic, and we're also sitting with an uncoordinated demand base. Industry demand is there. It is creating certain mechanisms to advance for gas procurement, but the problem is industry suffers scale in South Africa. We don't have sufficient demand. We need to layer that with power. So that coordination doesn't exist, and the fiscal framework to support much of this, to de-risk some of this, the government needs to provide those backstops, also don't exist. One particular issue today is that the South Africa industrial gas market actually has limited or no practical access to regional LNG import facilities, mainly out of Mozambique. That problem is by design, through the developers and suppliers of LNG into the future, but that has a particular risk in that we may have a competition-related outcome or perverse market outcome in terms of monopolistic positions in future and, of course, market prices, right, for LNG increasing. LNG prices looking towards some serious increase over and above what the market can actually supply. So the market outcomes is a key focus, and this is where the regulator, of course, needs to be alert about these outcomes. And it's a key issue for us. But I think the real risk in South Africa is that we're actually running out of options by every single day that we're talking about these things. All right. With all respect to our colleague from the DE earlier on, none of those solutions that are mentioned, whether it's Kucha, whether it's CBM and Lepalale, actually solves issues. All right. It doesn't really solve the issue, and it doesn't leverage the gas economy to its full potential. leveraging that gas economy, while there's a lot of focus on electricity and LNG at the moment, we actually do need to focus on regional or domestic gas in order to get that. But it requires much higher level coordination than what can happen at departmental level. In fact, the reality is the government is not engaging the private sector on this issue today, and it hasn't done so. And we are actually quite perplexed in terms of why this is the case.
Thanks very much. I think those are quite important points and insights. I just want to return back to.
Can I make one comment to that?
Sure. Yes, of course, Mr. Beaumont.
It might be a very unpopular suggestion, but and I know it's hard to implement, but I'm just looking at it from Vital's global perspective, where we do operate about 4 gigs of power, not in Africa, but in Europe, and you know, I guess the reason why decision making and taking FIDs in power plants as well as, you know, new gas projects is slightly easier because it's a liberalized market. The South African reality is that, as Jaco said earlier, demand is there, but the problem is the project risk in many facets. There needs to be one champion that is willing to put on the risk and the money and the capital from outside to trigger what essentially is a spark for that market to grow and blossom, right? And I think solving it, and I know it's the right approach, but solving it through you know, a one size fits all approach through a tender is not always is good, but it's not always the easiest approach, because every single project, whether it be Durban, whether it's Richards Bay, whether it's Kucha, whether it's imports from Angola and Mozambique, has their own challenges, and hence the one size fits all kind of approach is not so easy, particularly with the first few bigger projects that are required to bring you the infrastructure investment, which is, in other words, the terminal, right? In those scenarios, I think there can be a much bigger optimization in speed as well as efficiency, and I say that again, as well as pricing, because you essentially remove a lot of the middlemen. In terms of sitting together openly with regulators, with government, with private industry, and the people that actually want to bring in the capital to say, you know, this is how we see it working. Can it work? Right? And we find for each single project that is credible and makes a lot of sense, and that can be small scale onshore as well, and that can be, I'm not just talking about the bigger multi-billion-dollar LNG to gas power projects. And there is an example to that, and I think Mozambique is a very good example where we're involved as well. You know, the government has created essentially an advisory role next to the government, which decides on bypassing red tape and essentially saying these are the people that need to focus on the strategic projects in the country. And they are essentially dealing with all of the big projects, whether it's Rovuma that Paul mentioned earlier or many others, and essentially to cut that red tape and find solutions where otherwise it would maybe be challenged by law or take 6 months to a year to define. I know it's it's not a popular suggestion because we go beyond the usual approach, but if there is a time necessity and jobs are at risk and we need the economy to grow, I think these are elements that need to be considered very clearly.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think all of these decisions are incredibly complex, and you have various requirements at different level implemented by different entities. And I think the theme that's coming out from the earlier session, as well as the discussions today, is around a coordinated effort to resolve these issues. I think just going back to the sort of risk of locking in sort of LNG. Back to you, Dr. Masengane, is around, at what point do sort of delays in domestic gas development make it inevitable that we're locked into LNG for the really long term. So, what are the sort of considerations around there, and what can we do to potentially, avoid such an outcome?
Thanks, Fatima. I think the delays in developing our indigenous gas are already there. We know them, and Neil spoke and showed the timelines to the permitting process. So we are in that situation. So in my view, we have no choice but to build an LNG importation capability as a country. And you yourself echoed the sentiment that this is not a binary discussion, in my view, the delays have already manifested. They're already there, and we've got no line of sight how long they're going to take to resolve. Where else 2030 is upon us in terms of the power cliff, and therefore, in my view, we really have no choice but to start having an LNG importation capability. And Paul gave the example of Brazil and Egypt to show that it doesn't mean that once you've got this LNG capability, you will no longer develop your indigenous gas. I'm a strong proponent of indigenous gas, the economic spin-offs. I was intrigued when Roger says it does not necessarily mean that it will be cheaper. Roger, in my mind, at least you have a reference point. That's where it also becomes important when you have LNG importation capability, because then the domestic gas has a reference point in terms of what we sell it for. I just want to echo the sentiment around the single point of integration. And I still think that our Department of Energy and Electricity would be a good sponsor for this. In my mind, that integration is actually not just integration, it's a political sponsor. It's a person who's willing to see this come to light. Again, to the Nersa colleagues, if you remember back or cast your mind back to 2010, it was actually Nersa that kept convening the workshop around how can we introduce renewables. I don't know where you were, Nomfundo, at that time. Actually, Nersa even published feed-in tariffs. And I think it was just how far Nersa had progressed with this that the department finally said, you know what, enough is enough, let's intervene and provide a way forward. So these things do need a political sponsor on top of someone who just integrates them to make sure that they happen. Roger, I always like doing things differently, but South Africa is so litigious, it's not funny. I can't see a situation where we say for the sake of fast tracking these things, let's do things differently and go around Section 217 of our Constitution. We can't do that if the off-taker is not government. But in the instance where you're going to anchor this on government off-take, I'm not sure how you can run around that. There is, of course, the regulations and going to National Treasury and showing that you still have this value for money. But in my mind, it might take longer. So at least we are at the point something has happened. I think we've never been closer as a country in terms of bringing gas to power to our country more than where we are right now. At least the tenders have gone out. At least we can find a way. And I really am encouraged by the courage that was shown by the bidders, because remember, they had to show that they have access to the terminal and they've got they can meet the timelines of the power generation without any certainty on the equipment supply, of the main equipment supply. So if you look at the innovation that went on there, Fatima, I really am encouraged, and I hope we'll see this process to the end. And once we've got this big risk mitigated, some of us will be happy to explore any other thing around that. I'm just, colleagues, very nervous about this inflection point in 2030. And I think if no one pulls that bull by its horns and makes sure that as an economy we are mitigated against 2030, I think we'll be in serious trouble. That's my point. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Dr. Masingane. I think, the emerging consensus here is that, we will require some level or degree of commitment to LNG, and it's a matter of just how much. And I think it's quite clear that any sort of lack of or the lack of action and pursuit of upstream domestic gas sort of projects and opportunities will effectively lead us to dependence on LNG in the long term. And I think just perhaps to you, Mr. Beaumont, is, I think you touched on this point a little bit earlier around, or we touched on this point around, flexibility in terms of LNG investment and domestic gas sort of projects and opportunities, and how we can maybe go about ensuring or mitigating against that risk. I think you mentioned something around exporting and then domestic use of that gas, etc. Perhaps you can just explain that perhaps in a little bit more detail. Thanks.
Sure. I mean, if you look at the Mozambique example, which I think is a very good example, you have a significant amount of upstream findings, and this has created a revolution, I would say. It's going to probably become one of the largest LNG producing countries in the world within the next decade. They still face a logistical issue because most of the fields are up north. And the majority of the demand sits south. By pure logistics of the country, between north and south is more than 2,000 kilometers, which is a bit of an issue. And exactly the people that have obviously invested in these upstream wells are committed to exporting the majority of those volumes, but also have commitments towards the domestic gas obligations, which is completely fair and understandable. The next challenge is that those obligations end or start, or at least end from an upstream developer perspective at the point of where the LNG is supposed to be produced, which is all the way up north in Afungi. So how does the government create the structure to bring all of that gas to the south, not only to South Africa potentially, but also being used locally and develop the local economy? This could be a similar issue in terms of South Africa, where you have the west coast with a lot of upstream potential, given the Namibia example, but you have a lot of industrial demand in the east towards Joburg. So how are you going to bridge that? Okay, so there might be and this is just the simple issue with large countries that are vast in size, where you might have importing at the same time as exporting. Maybe if the western side of the market in South Africa doesn't need the quantum of potential upstream development, there is the opportunity to actually develop an export project on the west coast side. That is, this is all needs to be fundamentally checked versus economics and whether that all makes sense. And this is after solving the issue, right? And I think Paul mentioned this correctly. With increased availability, your demand should increase, your industrialization should increase. So it's like a decision pyramid. First, you use up the LNG that needs to be used up and is firm. Secondly, the available gas, you start creating a liberalized market where industry can go and buy gas, even though it's not on 20-year contracts, right? And this is how Europe has gone through it, right? And other countries. Now, this takes time. This is not a switch of a button. And to have a liberalized market, you need to have multiple entry points and multiple ways of sourcing your gas. And that's not just going to be LNG. That's not just going to be upstream by itself. And it can be imports from other countries. So I think it's the mix that is necessary. And South Africa as an economy is big enough to sustain multiple sources of supply. So I think the fact that we're talking about this as a topic, as risk, to me is a bit surprising, because we should be supporting it and then build upon that, rather than at the moment that there are these opportunities rising, we're immediately trying to find a bit of a reason to say, is locking us in going to be dangerous for us in the long term? If we believe in the longevity of the South African economy and market, and as mentioned before, and I can't remember who that was, adding 6 MTPA or 6 gigs of gas to power is not going to change the bigger picture of South Africa. It's complementing it.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think, LNG or gas on the electricity side is seen as a transition fuel towards more renewable sources. And I think in a similar way, it can be seen as a transition on the gas side from, towards domestic gas supplies as well. I've just noticed
Sorry,
time.
Fatima.
Yes.
Sorry,
Yes.
Fatima,
Sorry.
let me just add, let me, thank you very much. Let me just add an obvious point. What we also don't have, to what Roger was saying, what we also don't have in South Africa are gas pipelines, obviously. So an LNG project in Richards Bay means very limited to the Mpumalanga region. I know there is always talk of we can use the Lily, and there's always a debate whether that's possible or not. It still leaves the indigenous gas in around the Free State with a huge market to supply. So as Roger said, I don't see why 6 gigawatts of gas to power. And I think I'm the one who was saying this, that is causing so much nervousness. If anything, it's just an insurance to our economy. We've got more to do, and still leaves a lot of room for indigenous gas. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Human, I'm not sure if you want to add anything before we go to questions.
No, so maybe just to touch on what we view as what sort of mechanisms are required to move this world along. I think from a regulatory perspective, with reference to Nersa and our colleagues here, is the absolute assurance that the decisions that we make actually deals with the development of a competitive market. We don't have that in South Africa today. So I think all the other regulatory issues around price methodologies, infrastructure, tariff setting, all those things, and the development of infrastructure from a regulatory perspective, as far as the Gas Act is concerned, is actually well mature. We are lacking a competitive market, and the decisions and the focus should be on that which will result ultimately in a competitive, particularly from a user perspective. That's tick box number 1. Tick box number 2 certainly sits in the policy space. Now, the gas roadmap, as is being developed at the moment, it's a useful policy, right? But it's not an execution plan. And it is not the only policy that actually needs addressing. There's probably 4 or 5 areas of policy making that is required. I think strategic policy foundations, the likes of taking the gas energy into the strategic national infrastructure designation space, is absolutely key, whether it's power stations, the pipelines that Pendile referred to, all these things. And where does this coordinating task team sit? There's got to be a strategic policy decision on how do we coordinate this. At the moment, we're not, and we're not doing very well. Demand and infrastructure alignment policies, whether it's demand aggregation, the sequencing of demand, when those things are going to happen, banking, underwriting those so that developments can take place with private sector money. National gas infrastructure corridor and demand node policy development, very, very important. The fiscal side is critical. We're not even touching that. We haven't even sort of looked at how do we all know how toll roads are being developed or water projects, right? There's none of this framework or architecture in the fiscal space. And then, of course, the regional policies, regional integration policies. We hear about Namibia, we hear about Mozambique, but none of that is actually formally in the policy space. And then I think Niall also touched on this very, very important point. It's the need for legal and institutional certainty. This is where the specialist energy infrastructure judiciary needs focus. It needs to be created and developed, and we're very supportive of that. Thanks, Fatima.
Thanks very much. I think that summarizes quite nicely all of the interventions that are required. I think I'm now going to open it up to sort of the room for any questions from the participants. I don't see any hands. Have we answered all of your burning questions? I'm sure there must be something from someone. There we go. Executive meeting room. Oh, you've put your hand down. executive meeting room. You can go ahead. I'm not sure who that is.
Okay, you can talk. Good morning. It's Joshua LaRue from CNG Holdings. I'm the CEO of CNG Holdings.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
thank you, and go ahead.
Thanks for a great panel and a great opportunity from Nersa and initiatives to get the debate going. I just have a comment. It was said earlier in this session that remember when we all got together feeding tariffs, I think it was Dr. Pendili saying it about Nersa in 2010. I would love to see it in 2026 that Nersa can drive the same process for gas. As a comment. Then maybe my last comment is there was a government task team set up, I think a year ago, 2 years ago, to really look at the gas cliff that's happening sort of 2026 to 2028. That team only met once or twice. And I think the point that I'm trying to make is we need to become more action orientated than futuristic and in terms of that, because the gas cliff is upon us in 2026. And then I hear today to learn from an electricity cliff in 2030. I really think that industry and government needs to take hands and move forward. So I'm looking forward to your comments at pace that we can solve the problems for South Africa. Because if I look at the economic multiplier effect that Paul spoke about, it's just enormous for a country crying out for growth. So thank you. I'll listen to the comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any response to the comments from the head of CNG Holdings?
Well, Fatima, if I may, I think these are very valid points. I mean, again, it speaks to this overall focus and almost the execution of what needs to happen. But again, the reality is it's not happening. I mean, the government, the DEE, the DMPR is not engaging the private sector in any practical manner to take hands and collaborate. So we're looking for a partner in government, and that is not happening at the moment.
Thanks. Yes, I think yes.
Sorry.
Dr. Masangane, no, please go ahead.
Okay.
No, please go ahead.
No, what I wanted to give was just another example. So, and this is me trying to nudge Nersa to come to the party here, or the DE colleagues to champion this. In August 2023, so now I'm not going to make you look back to 2020. In August 2023, who are they called? The Energy Council in South Africa came out publicly and said that the Electricity Regulation Act need an amendment. We were in an electricity supply shortage crisis at that time, if you recall, and to enable private sector to generate electricity, they said they required this amendment. I bet my salary that this would not happen in the timelines that they were saying. They published that by May 2024, which is probably 9 months into that, they would have gone through Parliament. I literally bet my salary with someone and I said, this is not practical, because when I was at PASA, we had looked at the time it takes for legislation to go through Parliament. And we came to the conclusion that at best it's 18 months. And I said, how are these people going to do it? Parliament has to consult, then it has to go to this house and then to that house. Fatima, I almost lost my salary because in June, that thing had gone through Parliament, actually just before we went to the next elections or something. It was passed in that time. So, and the president had actually signed it into law, I think early in the next cycle of government. What I'm trying to say is that someone there had sponsored this thing, and then there was a political champion in the presidency who helped them. And it need not be at the presidency. That I disagree with. It could literally be our regulator. It could be the DEE. Someone just has to carry this and make sure that it happens. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think implementation is key. That we've got lots of policies and ideas and how to solve problems, but implementation is really important. Again, back to the floor for any additional questions or comments. Mr. Ngubeni, please go ahead.
Thanks, Fatima. I just want to kind of support Pindile to the point you made. I think the gas cliff, it does need a champion. And I think each and every program that succeeded in South Africa, one could sort of point a champion that sort of drove that project to success. And I think the gas cliff, because it's something that is urgent, it's something that needs to be resolved as we speak. And it's not a matter of planning now. The gas cliff, it does not necessarily require a plan. It needs an implementation. And it does need a champion, does need somebody who would stand up and say, I'm going to drive this, and have dedicated people who will be sitting there every day looking into this. Because I do understand, I worked for government. There are a lot of things that are happening in government. You actually sometimes struggle to do work because you must attend meetings every day until sunset or until evening. And then in the evening you must start preparing submissions and you'll do a few of them. So, and if that's the approach, we look at gas or the gas cliff, it's not going to happen. So you do need a dedicated team that will sit and look at this every day and go door to door, knocking off doors and trying to get the required decisions on certain things. And I think that's the struggle at the moment. I don't know, I'm not too close to issues. I don't know, there could be those people already assigned to this, driving these things strongly. I might be wrong, but I'm just supporting the point that Pindile made. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment. I notice it's a 11:45, so I think we have about 5 minutes left. So I suppose in this 5 minutes, just as a kind of wrap up, could each of the panelists sort of detail what would be the one sort of priority action that could be implemented either to avoid sort of long-term LNG lock-in or perhaps to, I suppose, unlock sort of gas supply development in the country. So what would be the one thing that we could do sort of immediately to kind of resolve the sort of challenge that we have? I'll start with you, Mr. Human. Oh, sorry.
Thanks,
if
Fatima.
I'm
So,
on the spot.
yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Fatima. No problem. I think this whole notion of locking in the country to LNG indefinitely is not real, right? To be honest. Yes, LNG has got certain term agreements. We've seen shorter term agreements. We've seen longer term agreements, right? But typically what you have in the market for this is probably anything between 10 and 15 years, all right? It's very seldom that you see 20-year agreements beyond that point. So the issue doesn't really sit with LNG contracting per se, right? The issue sit actually, what is the finance period that's required for the infrastructure? That's where the lock-in really sits, in my opinion. And again, you're sitting here with a 10, 12-year window. For a project of this nature, maybe a 15-year window for projects really to be covered economically, right? From a finance perspective and a lender and an investor perspective and so on. So the lock-in in LNG, in our opinion, is actually not this big scary monster that we think it is. It is a necessity for the country. It is how we do it and when we do it, which is very important. And I think, I've made my points from our perspective. I brought those points across. I think what is important is to also look at a world which actually the big question in the room is, how do we limit our exposure to LNG in future? We will need LNG and lots of it. The question is just, we need much more gas, and how do we limit that exposure and what needs to happen? So and therein lies this bigger than, I say, government coordinating effort that is required at this point in time to unlock that. At a transactional level, things need to move today. And as far as the government is concerned, a dialogue would be a good starting point.
Thanks. Mr. Gatora, I do see your hand. We had closed for questions, but I will allow you a question or comment. So please go ahead.
I'm sorry for that. It's just this dialogue has brought me to one question, particularly to Jaco. How do you see a partnership between government and maybe the private sector being penned out? Because government, I think on its part, has published the IPP or at least requested private sector participation via the IPP, essentially saying would want to private sector participation. So I would want to understand what you mean by government should, maybe you can explain it a little bit further, how you view it, or what form of partnership you expect to come out between government and private sector. Are you saying what by publishing or at least trying to change the act, inviting IPPs, is that not enough? Maybe you can sort of elaborate on that so that we understand exactly the action points that you want government to do. Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks, Fatima. I'll try and address. Thanks. I'll try and address Sam's questions. So the issue of, I think it was Roger that said earlier, issuing a tender is good, but it doesn't solve the issue. All right. Particularly if it's for electricity. We haven't seen any gas-related government tenders or IPP engagements on gas-specific infrastructure. All right. We see things in the power space. So therein lies a disconnect in and by itself. The gas value chain is, of course, much more complex, right? It's upstream, as we said. It is midstream and downstream, where the government can play an absolute role at this point. And the collaboration that is required is the sequencing of gas demand in South Africa and putting the money where their mouths are, together with industry, so that we know from a development perspective, this is when the demand's going to kick in. And from that point of view, the private money will follow. I don't think we need government money here. What we also do need from government is backstops. And these backstops are particularly around the investment requirements and the risks associated with that. The private sector cannot take these risks that are typically associated in the network economics of power, electricity, rail, roads, and these kind of things, and common gas infrastructure for the economy. So, Sam, what is really just required is to say, here's demand, let's coordinate the demand, and I will backstop some of these infrastructure investments. Yes, we can coordinate regulation better and tweak things and support things. I mean, we haven't even touched on the Department of Transport or Transnet public enterprises, rather, the role of Transnet in all of this. These are all sort of almost symptoms that needs to be addressed. But the core issue here is, how do we lock in demand and provide a demand profile for the country between power and industry? And how do we fiscally arrange these investments in infrastructure? Once we have that, the market will take over.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Huma, for answering that question. I think, we are a couple minutes over, but Mr. Beaumont, I'll give you a couple minutes just to provide any final thoughts or, that one priority action that would help to unlock these issues.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think Jaco is coming at it from a different angle, but I'm coming at it from the other side of the angle, which I think gets us right where we should be. To me, infrastructure is the key, and I've said that all over the panel today. I think the fact that there is an IPP process and there have been submissions of bids is comforting and good to see. Obviously, I think it's very obvious that everything is subject to a terminal, and that is the key missing piece in all of this. which also means by default that there is no LNG supplier that has a binding commitment behind that, because there's no terminal and there's no timeline clarity around that. So what I would like to see much more is, because I've obviously engaged in the process and seen the PPA, is that there needs to be a very clear and open discussion about what is possible from a supply perspective, and get that translated into a real, valid, and transactable, and even more importantly, backable PPA, because there are still some elements in that PPA that I think are going to be very difficult for an LNG supplier to manage and commit to. Okay, it's not impossible. Having said that, I think the problem and the problem of the RFP is very much coming from solving a power issue, and hence that gets them translated into what the upstream people need to do. It should be more. It should be a combined effort from both sides. What is possible on the one side and what is possible on the other side, to create a model and an IPP process that actually is workable from both sides, rather than coming from the domestic side in South Africa. And I know that that's the easier part to solve, because that's what you control in-house through the DE and through the IPP office, et cetera, et cetera. However, at the end of the day, you still need to have a supplier that manages the majority of that risk. So let's not forget, it's the supplier in this that drives 60 to 70% of the underlying price of the PPA, because that's the underlying commodity price. The rest is steel in the ground and getting a return for it. So that I would like to see more, because now it's quite rigid in the process, the way that it's working.
Yeah, great. Thanks very much. Dr. Masengane, any last points from you? I know we are way over.
I'll be very brief. So the first one is just to support Roger, to say that as we move forward, let's try and make a success just to mitigate this gas supply cliff risk in 2030, to manage the process. We have 4 bids. And remember, colleagues, that these bids are only for 2.8 gigawatts against the 2 gigawatt tender that was out. It's not for the 6 gigawatt that's required. So your first question, Chair, to us, for me, it doesn't apply, this thing of locking in our infrastructure requirement, because we're only dealing with 2 at the moment. So let's get that across, and then we'll deal with the rest. My second one is to gift Mr. Nhlapo from the department. Today, honestly, I had the most amazing news. I hope you can gift this to us. A gas master plan by March 2027 that has been approved by Cabinet. Thank you, colleagues.
Great, thank you very much. I would just like to thank the panelists and all of the participants for your questions and comments. I think we have addressed the key sort of points that we wanted to discuss in today's segment. I think what is clear from the discussion is that there is no sort of risk of lock-in, that LNG will be required in the short to medium term to address both the electricity challenge, supply challenge, as well as the gas supply challenge, and that overall we need a coordinated effort across all aspects of the gas environment, from government to the private sector, the regulator, etc., in order to achieve sort of both supply LNG as well as gas to power, which may assist in securing LNG supplies, as well as investment in upstream gas development opportunities as well. I just want to again thank all of the panelists and thank Nersa for the opportunity to engage in this. So back over to you, Program Director. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fatima, and thanks to all your panelists, Dr. Masengane, Mr. Jacoman, and Roger Beaumont, and thanks very much for that informative session. And ladies and gentlemen, I think we had sort of agreed that maybe we'll have a break, but I would like you to please indulge with me so that we can just continue, because in the next panel, then we also have other panel members that are supposed to be leaving, and we wouldn't want them to leave without basically sharing their knowledge with you. So please bear with me. If you need to grab a coffee, you can quickly run and grab a coffee, so that now we move to the next panel as a segment, which basically will be moderated by Mr. Maduna Ngobeni. And without really wasting time, I want to hand over to Mr. Ngobeni so that we can really start now at 12. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Maduna Ngobeni. As I've said, we got a panel today with us, which is Thabang Odette from the Department of Electricity and Energy, and then Dr. Jeb Smith from Sasol, and also Mr. Christian Naker from Transnet. Maybe before we go too far, maybe let me allow them to introduce themselves. And then from there, I would just want to try and change the sequencing a bit. So we'll start with Jeb in terms of taking us through his points because he got a time constraint. So instead of starting with Thabang, we'll start with Jeb. But for the intro, I think we can start with Thabang and then Jeb and then Christian. Thabang, over to you.
Good morning. Thanks, Maduna. Morning once more. My name is Thabang Odette. I'm from the Department of Electricity and Energy, responsible for energy planning. Thank you.
Thanks, Thabang. Jeb.
Thanks, Maduna. Jaap Smit. I'm currently responsible for the operations of the Sasol gas pipeline networks for the transportation, not from the procurement perspective, but from an operational perspective of the networks in South Africa.
Thank you, Jeb. Christian?
Thanks, Maduna. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Christian Naika, responsible for business development for both oil and gas for transit pipelines. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think our topic focus really on integrating upstream gas with LNG and infrastructure planning. As we have heard, Thabang comes from the planning side. He will help us understand the planning process and where the department is from a planning perspective. But just before we get into that, I thought I should make just a few remarks from my side. I mean, planning, it's a very long process. It takes time to plan. If we can just go through the history and look at what have happened in the past. There are two gas sources that probably we had in South Africa, which is one, it's the Mossel Bay, and then the second one is the Romco pipeline, which is the gas from Mozambique. If you look at the timelines, how long did it take to do the Romco pipeline and the gas eventually flowing into South Africa? That took a very long time. I was checking actually, I mean, this thing sounds like it started around the 90s, 1990, somewhere there when the discussion started. But eventually the actual flow of molecules or the commissioning of the pipeline was 2004. And you will see how long that did it take to get to the gas, the actual gas flow. And there are a number of reasons for that. And Jeb would help us understand what happened during that process and, what lessons can we learn from that to make things better. I'm not saying we should take the same timelines as we have taken on the Romco pipeline, but there are lessons to be learned from that pipeline in terms of how things unfolded. And then secondly, I mean, if you look at the Mossel Bay gas, you will see there, if you read the history, you will see that it started a long time ago. But apparently significant discoveries were found around 1980 on that particular field. But that process leading to the actual Mossel Bay refinery, it started being operational around 1992. Now, if that's the timelines, and you will remember then PetroSA followed in 2002, which means it operated for about 18 years. But the planning process and getting these molecules off the ground, it took some time. And I think probably would look into that a little bit in terms of what are the issues there and how can we learn from that. I had the privilege of being involved in the IPP program, and the first project that we did was the PICA, which took about 9 years to conclude. And there are a lot of lessons that we learned from that project, which led to the IPP program, the renewable one. And I think we managed to move with speed on that program based on the lessons that we learned from the PICA project, which is the picking plant. And that helped us to shape the renewable program and move much quicker. And you will see that the renewable program almost delivered preferred bidders on an annual basis, at least for the first few years. Obviously, there were more problems that followed after that. But I think in the nutshell, I'm saying there's a lot to learn as we're looking at the planning process, and there's a lot to do from a planning perspective to plan for the future and deal with the issues that are troubling the sector from a regulatory perspective to an implementation perspective. With those few comments, I would allow Jeb to come in and give us his perspective and the lessons that we could learn from the Sasol pipeline, Ramco pipeline. I know there are other people who got experience who have been involved in this. We would really appreciate their inputs so that as stakeholders, we can learn from this and do things much quicker as we implement infrastructure, gas infrastructure in the country, because that's what we all aspire to do in the next few years. Obviously, we got the gas cliff. I just want to put that separately because I think that's a separate discussion. It's no more a planning issue. It's an issue that requires immediate implementation. Jeb?
Thanks, Manuna. I think I want to start, before we start with Romco, the difference between gas to power and pipeline infrastructure development. When you look at a gas to power project, you basically buy the IBLs as a package, very standard, and only the OBLs in a project like that, that is where the design happened and where the time, where it takes a lot of time. Whereas if you look at gas pipeline infrastructure, the time frames, and we're not talking about the regulatory approvals or all of that, just from when you want to start a project till you complete a project, I do believe it's significantly longer than some of the infrastructure requirements from a gas to power perspective. So from a planning perspective, the infrastructure is king, and you need to start with that when you want to develop all of this. So where a gas to power, it might take a couple of years to build a decent sized pipeline with servitudes and all of that, that takes significantly longer. But let's go to the good news. Back in 2004, Maduna, as he mentioned, the Romco pipeline was commissioned, but the gas was already discovered back in 1966 by the Russians in Mozambique. But it's only when there was a demand that was created in South Africa when the urgency started. And I still believe that there's a lot of good lessons that can be learned from the Romco experience. And I don't want to go through a workshop today and say, but this is what happened on Romco. But from around 1998, all the agreements, everything was put in place, and an 860-kilometer pipeline was built out of Mozambique. The two governments aligned in signing the cross-border agreement. the regulatory dispensation was signed to give Sasol that guaranteed income to make the investment decision. So again, bringing the two governments into the project at a very early stage, not running the project, but driving it from a Sasol perspective, but on the ROMCO side, very early on, the two governments was involved. And I do believe that there's a definite that we can go and look at what happened with ROMCO, because that is exactly what we need in many of the projects going forward. That we regulatory certainty. What is the type of income that you require to make the project work? All of that, and that you then align with government to assist in provide you with some of that clarity. Otherwise, to start a project like that, I think will be quite daunting. On the second one, also from a regulatory framework perspective, there's now the two LNG projects, and we can throw the regional pipeline into the mix. All of a sudden, you've got three different sources of gas coming into one pipeline that will go mingle someplace, but that got different. When you purchase the price, or the price that you purchase will be different. That not only from a infrastructure perspective, but we also need to start looking at a world where not all gas, pipe gas, can be priced at one price. It should be fit for purpose. If a guy bring in gas at $15 for a short-term 2-year period, and he's charged at $15 versus a $12 long-term, we need to not only look at how the tariff will work, but that is the practicalities that we need to build into the system. Then if I start going to the discussion points, again, the good news is the whole ROMCO system was developed around 4 megatons per year of LNG. The baseload demand already exists. So I think that we mustn't underestimate the current demands that already exist, and also the current infrastructure that already exists to enable LNG and also long-term regional gas. If you start planning, take the current infrastructure into account, because to get servitudes, again, offtake points within any of the industrial areas in Johannesburg, new ones installed, will be quite difficult just from a regulatory and from a permitting perspective. So we already have that, and I think that is a very good starting point for any infrastructure development to go and to look at that and then build onto that if you want to bring in LNG via either ROMCO, Richards Bay or regional. The level of flexibility that's needed in infrastructure design, again, a very good lesson coming out of ROMCO. The pipeline was originally designed for 120, and all of the approvals was built on that. But when you design a pipeline, make sure that when you want to expand, that it can be expanded. You don't need to build from day one the entire capacity, but at least when you do your design, you can install an additional compressor here, or you can do a loop line, or all of that. So from that perspective, I do not believe that that from day one you need to understand exactly what you want to achieve totally, but make sure that in your design you can expand. And of course, like I said, by installing a compressor Komatipoort, you do debottleneck a project like that. And unfortunately, will there be stranded assets? Of course, you will try to avoid that. To avoid that, but also don't start making decisions to stop a 20 kilometers or 100 kilometer pipeline from being stranded. I mean, look at the overall economics of the entire network. and then make decisions according to that, and not to try and say we try to protect small pieces of pipeline all over that's currently in play. So from a current operating perspective, I think that is the message that I want to give over to this team. Regulatory certainty, all of that, everybody spoke about it already today, critically important, but also just from a practical perspective, we have done it before. There is lessons that we can learn, and there is both a demand already and the infrastructure to supply that demand that I think that can help a lot with taking FIDs on LNG and large-scale regional projects. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Jeb. I think I forgot to say we need to open our camera feed so that they can see us at least when you present. Thank you so much. There you go. Thanks for the remarks. I think you mentioned a couple of things. The first one, it's the price, that it shouldn't be just one price fit all. I think if you can elaborate on that a little bit, on what you mean by one price fit all. And then the second one, it got to do with government support. Just if you were to build another pipeline today, maybe going back to the Romco pipeline, what kind of support you received from the government? Because that would help in terms of if we were to build, I know Transnet will speak later, Kristen, in terms of the pipeline that they want to do. If we were to build another pipeline or a gas infrastructure, what kind of support will be required? I know during that time, I mean, probably the regulatory framework was not where it is today. Probably a lot of things that already has been addressed through the regulatory framework, but there could be still gap that needs to be addressed from a regulatory perspective. But if you were to just outline from your experience during that time, what is it that government contributed that you believe was significant for the success of the project?
Let's start then with the different prices. Currently, pipe gas, there's one price for all gas that we transport. So that's been applied for. But in the LNG environment, for example, if you want to buy gas on the spot market for a certain client, and the next client want a 15-year contract, to have the same price for all of the gas being transported, I think there should be a mechanism very early established where you don't price biogas or LNG or a 2-year spot market LNG price versus a 15-year one. I think that is quite important, that we also, from a regulatory framework that's very well established, start looking at, from a pipe gas perspective, that you can have different prices for different customers, that, for example, gas to power require a certain offtake profile versus industrial customer that takes gas 24/7. And I think there should be that type of differentiation between customer types. And if we can get that into the regulating early, that will, of course, help also with the regulated certainty, how you get a contract upstream. So I think that is quite important. Coming back to the Romco environment, back in 2000, the Gas Act wasn't enacted by then. So what support was given by the governments? The two governments got together, signed the cross-border agreement between South Africa and Mozambique to enable the gas. Not sure what the regulatory framework, for example, is to bring gas out of Namibia or Zimbabwe, for that matter, considering where all of the other gas sources are. But that is the one example of how government can enable. And then the second one, not providing at that stage financial input, but the 10-year dispensation of the Gas Act, when it was started back in, I think, 2004, that gives provided Sasol with the security of that, at least for the first 10 years, they can recover the cost of what they want to invest, enabling that investment. So not only and I'll talk about the other investments, but you don't need financial support to start a project, but it's only that providing that clarity or certainty of income once to take that decision. And I think Jaco also discussed it on just from a guarantee perspective. If you want to build a big pipeline for $5 billion, there's certain guarantees that will go with that, and with big LNG import contracts, that we may need some assistance from government to enable that. So just from a not government involvement in building the pipeline, but there may be some help required to enable some of the contractual obligations that do go with building big pipelines and signing that big contracts.
Thank you so much for that. Would come back. I know you got time constraint, but I just want to give Thabang the opportunity to also come in from a policy perspective and give us an overview on what he thinks and where we are, and how can the planning process enable some of the long-term projects. We've got a number of projects that are taking place in the country, and some of these projects are all over the country looking at different things. And I think Jep has already touched on the point about the pricing, that we shouldn't be pricing everything into one basket. And I think it's a point that's well noted. Thabang, would you mind to come in?
Yes, no, thanks, Maduna. I want to go through, it's about two pages that I put together. This is from the work that the department is currently busy with, and I'm focusing, Madonna, with your permission, on our approach on the gas demand outlook, immediate, medium, and long term, and the implications for LNG from planning perspective. And I also want to touch on our approach. This is now on the gas master plan focus. Also want to touch on our approach to, how we consider the regional potential, regional fields potential, if that is okay. Because I think it's important that from our gas master plan approach point of view, we also share some, at this immediate point, we also share some lessons as we go through. But before I introduce that, obviously the department started the work on the gas master plan about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. We published the initial draft, which went through some engagements, including some colleagues that are represented at BUSA. Since then, we have revised the document, which was published then substantively. There is an advisory panel that has been appointed by the minister, by our minister, involving the gas industry, the upstream, as well as the upstream gas regulator. And this panel is helping the department to shape the assumptions, especially on the assumption side of our gas outlook as a country, both supply assumptions and demand assumptions. So the work that we are doing is not only government sitting, far away from realities and coming up with scenarios. It's an integrated work which has a team of advisors that are on board to help us navigate. As we introduced, the plan here is to, as Gift introduced initially, our approach or intention is to present the draft to cabinet sometime this year, hopefully before the December recess, with an intention that, by March next year, we have a final approved gas master plan by cabinet. It's quite a lot of work, as you say, Madonna. It's not something that you do overnight. I know the industry is pushing that we need to accelerate and get to some plan, some policy position that at least the industry can work with. But it takes quite a lot of engagements. Jaco and his team, they're also part of those discussions. helping us to shape the gas master plan. So I want to touch on three issues: the demand nodes, right? So our approach is to look at, and this is influenced by the discussions we had with the industry, is to segment the country's gas demands into 5 nodes, right? And I've listed them there. So it's a grouping of certain demand points. We have node 1 up to 5, which we reference as a northern node, KZN, a southern node, Western Cape, and northern Cape. Within each of these nodes, there are 5 what we call demand drivers. This is now gas demand drivers, sector specific. Gas to power is the biggest, right, of the demand drivers, at least in terms of the volumes that we assume currently and projected into the future. We also looked at 3 scenarios for the demand to grow, low, medium, and high. When you look at high, this is a full implementation of the gas to power program as per the IRP. So we assume, by 2042, the entire 18 gigawatts at the first 6 gigawatts being at 50% load factor. And from thereafter going forward, obviously the system operations will inform the type of load factor. So there we've used a range of, from planning point of view, that is. So the first 6 gigawatts is assumed to be at 50% load factor. And from above 6 gigawatts, we use a range of different load factors. There is uncertainty as to that load factor beyond 6 gigawatts because, as I said, it will be informed by the system operations requirements. So that's a high scenario. Medium scenario, which is what I'll spend a bit more time on, this obviously looks at other demand drivers and assuming a moderate growth on those 2 demand. The main issue with the medium demand is that when one looks at the 18 gigawatts, we assume a partial implementation of that 18 gigawatts. So in other words, not the entire IRP implementation of gas to power, partial implementation thereof, and across 3 different gas to power dispatch regime: baseload, medium, mid-merit, and peaking operations of the gas to power. So these are the 3 scenarios, the demand drivers. And what does this mean? When one looks at the LNG implications, and this is more relevant in the short to medium term, right? What options are we looking at from planning point of view? Firstly, it's very clear in our view that for the KZN node and the southern node, let me just go up. So for these 2 nodes, the KZN, which is node 2, Richards Bay and Durban, as well as the southern node, which is node 3, which includes Gouga and Mossel Bay. For these 2 nodes, in the short to medium term, LNG is the viable option for to supply those 2 nodes. For the northern node, we're looking at LNG regional. This keeping in mind the timelines, right? So Middelburg, Secunda, Sasolburg, and Johannesburg, which is node 1, we're looking at a regional, what we call regional LNG. Regional inverted commas. I heard Paul's comments that there is no regional gas, and I know what he meant, that obviously the players there in the region, they are looking at global market, so there's no such a thing, according to Paul. But for planning purposes, we just phrase it a regional LNG. This is looking most likely as a first mover, the Matola LNG, right, from Mozambique. And here's in my view, the question that was phrased for the second segment, and I got a sense that the colleagues that were in the second segment, the message that I got there is that we shouldn't worry about the what you call it, a risk in the short-term LNG. It should not even be a question. That's the sense I'm getting. And to some extent, of course, for the infrastructure to be enabled, investment in infrastructure to be enabled, there needs to be some commitment, right, in terms of the gas supply agreement. And those commitments, typically they range 15 years and above. Anything other than that, obviously, it will create a problem with upstream investment, especially if you don't have an LNG processing infrastructure in the country. So that point we are well aware of. But for us, Maduna, as I conclude on the LNG question, for us the issue is the volume, right, of LNG, and whether in the gas supply agreement are we able to build in some flexibility. Right, so two things in the LNG: the volume that we commit initially, and the type of flexibility that we can build in the gas supply agreement. Lastly, on the domestic, so our approach and this does not apply to domestic gas only, it applies to even the imports that master plan is looking at. We have put these 3 timelines just to understand, and most of the information comes from what we call the field owners, that we've put these 3 timelines just to understand when are these projects likely to reach final investment decisions. And based on the information that we received from the field owners, we put this in the model, obviously the timelines as well as the volumes that comes from the field owners. And using the timeframes, as I've said, there's a slight change here but if you look at short term, it's 0 to 5 years. Medium term, we define it as 6 to 10 years, and long term is 10 years and above. Right? And these are the field sources that you look at in the 0 to 5 years time horizon. We included Panda Timani because we understand it will still, although will be declining, but it will provide us some bridge until we get to a gas cliff. So it's included in a declining fashion. So it's not consistently available for the 5-year period. It's declining over that time horizon. Sasol MRG, Virginia Gas, Richards Bay LNG, and as I said, Mozambique LNG. Medium term, these are the fields that we look at, most of them domestic, and long term, Karoo Shale and Block 3B, 4B. So at a high level, Maduna, I just wanted to share the approach that we have taken on the demand side as well as the regional gas domestic. Thanks, Maduna.
Thanks, Thabang, and thanks for that presentation. At least it gives us a high-level overview in terms of where the department is from a planning perspective. I think we will come back to questions later. Maybe let me take the next presenter so that at least we deal with the issues at once. Kristen, do you mind coming in from a Transnet perspective and looking at the infrastructure that you are doing from a Transnet perspective? I know Transnet, they've got some plans around the building of pipelines, infrastructure in the KZN area, and how do you see this shaping the gas to power program? And also, most importantly, just the infrastructure for the gas. If we were to get gas from the Durban area, how would that get to Gauteng? I know Pindile earlier on was also talking about the Lily pipeline, on whether is it possible, can it work, can it really bring the gas up to Gauteng? And I think this could probably talk to the gas cliff in the short term. Can we mitigate the gas cliff using LNG from the Durban area up to Gauteng? Over to you, Kristen.
Thanks, Maduna. Sincere apologies, I'm traveling. The signal might cut off if I put the video on. In terms of there's 2 projects that Transnet's pipelines is involved in linked to gas. Of course, there's the Zululand Energy Terminal, where we are a minority shareholder with Vopak, and that's getting traction, especially with the announcement of the signing of heads of agreements with Eskom on the 3 gigawatt, and as well with ExxonMobil as the major LNG supplier. And of course, that terminal build program includes a 20-kilometer pipeline to Empangeni, to link to the Lily pipeline. So we will be repurposing the Lily pipeline. Remember, this is a 1969 pipeline that used to move crude. It was repurposed in the late 90s from crude to methane-rich gas to supply largely industrial gas users. And we will be repurposing it again as phase one of the Lily pipeline project for regasified LNG. All right. And this is something we have to do to meet the requirements of the existing users. And the existing pressure would feed through on the southern leg. Will be increased, not to the extent sufficient to supply, all the gas to power, but there will be an increase in capacity and pressure on the southern leg and the northern leg for market. Right. Now, the question pertaining to Durban, insofar as LNG imports coming in, it was the Port Authority's strategy in the sense that LNG ring-fenced was for around Durban, Nuka, and Saldanha. Durban had more a container focus. There's a lot of activity linked to break bulk and passenger vessels and automotive RoRo, etc. There were some proposals that were submitted through to the extent that it interfaces a lot with the other vessel traffic. I think from a timing point of view, it was not the right time to be considered. But saying that, in light of everything that's happened, it's something that needs to be revisited. We looked at opportunities where, for example, we have stranded assets on the pipeline side. We have the Durban to Johannesburg pipeline that's been decommissioned, and we still have all of the servitudes in place. So if there's market demand, but it'll mean investing in an entire new pipeline all the way from Durban, using the servitudes all the way up to Gauteng. It's something that can be considered as a long-term solution to the extent that there are limitations in terms of with the work that we're doing on the Lily pipeline to provide additional capacity all the way down to Durban South. Insofar as I indicated, it's a 1969 line that the first phase of the project is really an integrity study. We want to make sure that we can extend the life of the pipeline such that it can be contracted out at least for the next 20 years. To determine what the maximum allowable pressure is and undertake all of the associated restoration works, etc. So it is something that's where our focus and energy is at the moment. Insofar as that we ran RFI, RFP processes, we busy with a couple of parties to try to conclude agreements, and I think it's safe to say that demand for pipeline capacity insofar as all of the gas to power interests, etc., definitely exceeded the available capacity. But the principle that we're adopting is we're planning infrastructure that is market enabled rather than market prescriptive. What do I mean by this? Infrastructure should enable the market, not predict it. And we're planning such that it can be scalable insofar as for capacity upgrade, phase 2 of the project, whatever we get firm commitments on insofar as offtake, that's something that we'll work towards. Yes, in certain instances, for example, to supply Gauteng Zone 1, Zone 2, and the Lily side, and Durban South, etc., you require practically a new pipeline, at various sections of those routes on the northern corridor and southern corridor. and numerous compressor stations. So it's a question of, what works best, what is most likely scenario that market can bear, insofar as if it's a supernormal, high tariff, etc., it's maybe perceived to be not viable. And the key thing is that it has to be integrated. From a pipeline point of view, we have to integrate with a terminal. We have to make sure that, your question around Durban, that if there's a terminal available, if there's appetite from the port authorities, from government, etc., then it's something that we can work towards. So I think the key is really collaboration, from an integrated view, from a supply chain view, in the sense that no single entity alone can do this. And I think, once again, congratulations. I think many of the speakers said it. Congratulations to Nersa on arranging this dialogue session. Insofar as it has to be a collaborative, integrated approach with government regulators, infrastructure providers, investors, etc., to reduce the investment uncertainty. So I think I'll leave it at that for now. Thanks.
Thanks, Christian. Maybe just one question from my side. I know you're probably not involved in the terminal itself. That would be probably TNPA, but probably you could share some perspective in terms of what the constraints could be, because that needs to be aligned with the gas to power, I suppose, in terms of the molecules. I mean, a lot of speakers, they did highlight the fact that there are bids already that have been received, but this needs to be aligned with the delivery of the molecules. And the delivery of the molecules is dependent on the infrastructure. And the key infrastructure in this regard, I would imagine, it's the infrastructure in the ports. Obviously, the pipeline, not certain whether who's going to build the pipelines to the power plants that will be built in that area. I suppose it could be yourself, it could be the IPPs. I don't know what your perspective would be there, but I think what is important as we engage today maybe is to understand the constraints that you might be facing, so that those can be debated and be discussed, and see if we can find some solution around those specific constraints that you might be facing as you build the infrastructure that's required to support the gas market in South Africa.
Referring especially to Durban or in general?
In general, I mean, I think I don't want to constrain it to Durban, but yes, in Durban there is that specific infrastructure that you might need to support the IPP program, but you do need infrastructure generally to support the gas program in South Africa. Because, for instance, if you look at Gauteng, gas is required in Gauteng. I mean, you got the Lily pipeline, which you already mentioned that you would be utilizing it, but there could be constraints related to you developing the infrastructure to be required to Gauteng, what those constraints will be, or everything it's okay. And then on the same time, the constraints that's related to the Durban one in terms of, or Richards Bay, the infrastructure that's required to support the IPP program. Thanks.
No problem. Okay, excellent. Thanks for the question. Okay, with regard to Durban, especially, the key challenge that TNPA encountered was the interface with vessel traffic. Insofar as Durban is already a fairly fully utilized port, from the point of view that there isn't much available sites to accommodate some sort of development, unless there's relocations that take place or clusters, etc. And it's something that the port needs to consider in the master planning process, going forward. In the sense of the sizing of infrastructure, which really can present a challenge insofar as oversized infrastructure, increases your capital costs, your utilization risks, while if you undersize infrastructure, it may constrain future economic growth. So for this reason, we both the two projects that we involved in on the gas side, it's structured around phase development, where initial infrastructure, the phase one would meet the near-term demand, and while preserving the ability to expand or scale it up when market signals justify additional investment. A good example would be the IPP bid window 1, bid window 2, etc. There were 4 respondents in bid window 1, bid window 2. We got to see how that pans out. So it's important that whatever we're putting in place is scalable. And remember, from a development point of view, you need those firm market signals. And what do we mean by that is we need commitments in the sense that be it capacity reservation fees that's structured into agreements, etc., to get that certainty from market. And I think it's both on the Z project and the Lily pipeline. That's been our approach. And then the other factor is to look at this new long distance transmission system, in the sense that we are repurposing strategic infrastructure to transport regasified LNG. By repurposing from that perspective, we are also significantly reducing the capital requirements, at least in the initial phases, to meet the near-term demand. And we got to look at means in which we can accelerate implementation, accelerate processes, and so forth. And one of the challenges that we find as a state-owned company, a good way of how we see it is we in partnership with a private sector company on the Zululand terminal. The governance and approval within state-owned companies, the timelines are a lot longer than the private sector. So it's something that we need to look at in terms of how we can shorten those gaps while still taking into account and ensuring full compliance to all of the governance requirements, insofar as fast-tracking infrastructure development. And if you look at it from the point of view that we in the midstream infrastructure space, we're not in the molecule space, we're not in the as a downstream user, gas to power plants, etc. We got to understand the long time lead items on gas to power plants as well. Insofar as you could be ready, but if you're ready ahead of time, then you're waiting for the offtake of the gas to power plant, etc., to be ready to take FID, etc., on the long leads and so forth. So I think ultimately successful infrastructure planning requires balancing affordability, security of supply, and long-term adaptability. Thanks, Maduna.
Thanks so much, Kristen, for those remarks. I will open to the floor for more questions. But before we do that, I just want to ask one question for Thabang. Thabang, around the planning, obviously you're looking at different gas source. Do you probably have any kind of maybe some government support of some sort when it comes to specific gas sources? Let's say, for instance, from a policy perspective, you might be saying we would want to promote local gas in the long term. And then if that's the case, do you have any initiatives that would enable the support of local gas in the long term. That's the first one. The second one, it relates to the gas cliff. I know you mentioned that you got a committee that deals with the planning and the assumptions that involve the private sector. On the gas cliff, what are the plans? I mean, how far you are in terms of dealing with that one in particular? Is the committee that you have also addressing the gas cliff? Thanks.
Thanks, Matuna. The committee that Minister appointed is to focus on the processing and finalization of the gas master plan, not necessarily to provide a solution to the gas cliff. There is a separate work which is currently led by the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition that has pulled together some government entities as well as private players to focus solely on the gas cliff. That work is led by the DGs in the DTIC. The gas cliff solution, in our view, does not only start and end in South Africa. There's a realization that the regional countries, especially Mozambique and Namibia, there needs to be a government-to-government understanding and support to avoid the gas cliff in South Africa. And for that fact, we have been to Mozambique. The heads of states between South Africa and Mozambique are well aware of the activities that are needed to avert the gas cliff, right? Especially Mozambique. So I want to separate the gas master plan work, which is medium long term looking, to the work that government is doing on the gas cliff, as I said, led by the leadership of Director General in the DTIC. And as the execution of the gas cliff work unfolds, more and more participants will be onboarded. But there's certain critical agreements that the two governments needs to finalize, us and Mozambique, that is. Hopefully soon, in the next 3 months or so, August latest, September, there will be more announcements as to what has been done between the two governments and the role of the other players to help us to overcome the gas cliff. The domestic gas enablers, your first question. From planning point of view, obviously the master plan looks at the demand. We predict how likely is the demand going to grow. And when you look at those 5 nodes, what is the relative growth when you compare the 5 nodes? Because then that informs your infrastructure that you need to connect between the source and the supply, including the pipelines. There is no, from planning point of view, there is no specific enablers for domestic gas. We look at domestic gas on an equal footing with any other gas. The only parameter that we use to assess the criteria is the FID timelines as proposed by the field owners. FID timelines as well as the volumes, of course, to make sure that as you stagger in the various projects, that you make sure that the volumes meet the projected demand. The enablers, in our view, is more on the implementation side of the gas master plan. In the same way that on the electricity side, when we do the IRP, there is very little consideration of any technology enablers, being it wind, solar, storage, or hydro, or nuclear, or clean coal, or gas. There is no consideration at the planning point of the technology support by the state. It's only when we do the implementation that we'll say, right, for wind and solar will have these incentives to encourage the uptake of these technologies. So to answer you on the first question, from planning point of view, we don't look at specific enablers for the domestic gas sources. It's only on the implementation side that obviously not only the Department of Electricity, but ourselves, Treasury, TTIC, Environment will need to sit and look at what are, the areas that we need to collaborate on to accelerate the domestic gas activities. Thanks, Martin.
Thanks so much, Thabang, for that. Can I then open the floor for questions? I think we've got about 7 minutes to go through those questions. Please, you're welcome to raise your hand and make some comment. While we wait for your questions, I'm just gonna try and look at a few points that have been discussed already. One of which it's the fact that there is a process to look at the infrastructure and the pipelines from Durban to Joburg, and those pipelines are being considered by Transnet. I don't know from your side, Kristen, if in terms of the pipelines, have you thought of any strategic partner, or are you looking at to procure any strategic partner to help you with those pipelines, or it's anything that everything will be done in-house, and you would have your own in-house program to run those or rebuild those pipelines? Just as a thought, I mean, you did mention that on the other side, you do have the private sector or working with the private sector on the ports infrastructure. But I don't know, you didn't say much in terms of the transmission or the pipelines from Durban to Gauteng, on whether those you will also consider a similar arrangement. I've noted you, Neil. Please go ahead, Kristen.
Okay, thanks, Maduna. Okay, Transnet's strategy. Transnet has developed we call it R4G, Reinvent for Growth strategy, really to recover and transform the business for future sustainability. And if you look at it in terms of growth, the business expansionary in the case of greenfields developments on the gas side, etc., the strategy is really on leveraging on private sector partnerships in various aspects of the value chain. A good example is what we're doing at Zululand Energy Terminal. You know, we don't have to do everything as state. We have the pipeline infrastructure to ensure a complete supply chain solution. Insofar as this is going to be the first LNG import terminal in the country. And as a country, this technology is also new to us. So we leverage on a partner that is established, that has the technical expertise, the engineering expertise, and understands and operates these terminals. Our partner operates half a dozen of these terminals globally. So the strategy is really, from that perspective. And if you look at Durban Container Terminal as well, where we partnered with a Filipino container company. Insofar as you also want to leverage on their capital book as well. Insofar as funding future investments where we can as state we can take a minority share depending on the sector. And in terms of Durban to Gauteng, there's no active interest at this point in time for that large scale investment. Remember, there's no gas pipeline at the moment between Durban and Gauteng. Yes, there's opportunities exist to utilize stranded assets, as I indicated, the Durban to Joburg pipeline or servitude that's in place. That would be a long-term investment. That would be something that we'll need to look at if there's sufficient market interest, etc. And the port will also need to, the port authorities will also need to look at their strategy insofar as LNG terminal, etc. in within the port. How does that fit with the master plan? The port master plans are updated on an annual basis. So that's something that if there's parties out there that is interested, I know a couple have reached out, and it's something that needs to be picked up. As I indicated, earlier, you cannot plan this kind of supply chain, complete supply chain from port to downstream user or in isolation. It has to be integrated. There has to be a lot of collaboration for this to work. So from that perspective, it's something that as a collective, if there is some form of national gas infrastructure planning framework, maybe Tabang alluded to it to a certain degree. It's something that can be picked up by government from that perspective, perspective, and the industry bodies and so forth, regulators, etc. You really need that collaboration across all fronts for this, for it to be successful.
Thanks so much, Christian. I raised it because I thought I know funding is always an issue for state-owned companies. So that's why I raised the point. Thanks for the clarity. Neil, do you want to come through?
Thank you very much. The question is to Tabang. He mentioned the gas master plan and a due date, and frankly, I didn't quite hear that. I think I heard September, but when will the gas master plan be ready and available? And then two other questions really to anyone. The first is, when will the final regulations under the Upstream Petroleum Development Bill be ready and visible to market? And then another question that I don't know who could answer this, but a lot of the speakers have spoken about, and we just heard it now, about the necessity, and I agree, for collaboration, inter-unit department coordination. What vehicle or body or forum exists within government to perform that collaboration integration function? Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Tabang, you want to take that?
Yes, no, thanks, Matun. Neil, just to be clear, we stated even in the keynote address, the opening, that the gas master plan, our intention is for it to be ready by end of the current performance cycle, which is March next year. September date I was talking about is the work that the DTIC is currently busy with on the gas cliff. They indicated by around August, September, there will be some announcement from government side on the work that has been ongoing, as well as inviting, obviously, other stakeholders to become part of that structure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matun.
Thanks so much, Tabang. Thanks, Neil. Thanks, everyone, for the comment. Just want to start thanking the panelists. I think we've run out of time. Thanks, Tabang, for giving us your insight from a planning perspective. Jeb Paranora is still here from SASO. Thank you for giving us the history and the lesson learned. Thanks, Christian, from a pipeline perspective, just to giving us your sense of where you are from a pipeline construction and repurposing and all of that. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. And to also thank Nersa for organizing this. I think it was a useful forum, or it is a useful forum that helped with the discussions and also to understand where we are as a market and what is happening. There are a number of points that have been raised on this forum already. This work, should I say, this panel, they've also raised a couple of them. One of them is the coordination body that Nera just mentioned, and I think it was mentioned by the other panelists as well that you need champions to drive certain things, and I think Tabang answered some of those questions that there is a process already unfolding in relation to dealing with the gas cliff, because it's one of the critical issues that needs to be addressed. At the same time, Tabang also highlighted the plan and the keynotes that they are looking at in terms of planning and from a planning perspective and what they intend to, how they intend to integrate those different energy or gas productions or gas nodal point. Now I'm gonna hand over to the chairperson. Thanks, chairperson, for allowing us to take you through as a panel. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maduna, and thank you to all your panelists. It indeed has been a very insightful session also as the other sessions, and I think we have learned a lot from all the sessions, and I hope people will, when we're done with this program, they will leave with a lot of information that they've gathered and also a lot of questions that they might have, which we'll really appreciate if people can also provide comments on the issues that have been raised, or if they need further clarity, because then we'll keep in touch with all the members just to find out if we can respond to those. And I think what I will really also ask all the colleagues, we are almost coming to the close of our program. The last segment, which basically is not really much of a segment, it's just a short summary of what has happened, what has happened in all the sessions, which should be driven by Ms. Theodora Koza. And if you can indulge with me, she's on her way to office because apparently now her laptop has crashed, so she'll be using this laptop, but she's on her way. So that will bring us now to the close of the whole dialogue. So I don't think she will even take more than 10-15 minutes. After that, then we will request our executive manager, Mr. Tlobana Ngumalo, to give a vote of thanks and also just to indicate the next steps, because obviously when we have such dialogues, they don't just end by being dialogues. We also mostly prepare reports and then also share with all the attendees the presentations and the report, so that they can see what has come out. And also what we basically do also is to share with our policymakers, where we sort of also hand them to them to see what has happened. And it's good that at least today they were also here, so they are aware of certain things, but obviously a report will give detail of exactly what has happened, and if there are those things that may assist going forward in terms of our bill, our master plan, everything, then they will be able to tap into those insights. And I think, as indicated also by Mr. Maduna, it is coming clear that the issue of coordination is really coming out very loud. Mr. Niall, I saw you. I'll give you an opportunity. I don't know if the hand it's the new hand or the lingering hand. Mr. Kramer?
Apologies, I've got no idea how that happened. No question.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. No problem. That's okay. Yes. Now, I think now, as indicated, that we won't be taking much of your time. I will now ask Theodora to basically now just take over. She's here, and give her an opportunity to summarize. And from there, then we'll hand over to Mr. Ngumalo immediately after Theodora. Mr. Ngumalo will just come on and give us a word of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Theodora Koza, advisor to the full-time regulator member responsible for gas. We just wanted to use the last section, which is listed as segment 4 in the program, to actually provide the opportunity for everyone on the call to reflect on the discussions and give us some sort of like 5 key takeaway points as we are going to prepare the report. It is an issue of prioritization. There's a lot that has been said, from segment 1, 2, 3. But at the end of the day, we need those 3 to 5 key points that we should highlight in the report. Obviously, the report is going to be extensive, and then we'll have a summary of it highlighting those key issues. Anyone on the call who have anything to say, please to contribute, please raise your hand to make your contribution, or if you don't want to provide the input verbally, you can also use the chat function to provide your input. We can start now. Anything that you would like to raise. I don't think this is the perfect opportunity to ask questions because most of the speakers are already gone, but we just want to reflect on the discussions. Obviously, Nersa, Neil, you can go ahead.
I got it right this time. Very simply, I just want to thank you and thank Nersa and all the participants. I found this an incredibly useful, illuminating session. And the more this is done across various units, the better. So very well done and thank you.
Okay, we appreciate that. We're doing our best as the regulator. As Mr. Ngumalo, you can come in.
Thanks, Theodora, and good afternoon to everyone. I think just to echo the sentiments that Neil has just expressed, it has indeed been a very useful session. And I think maybe as a matter of emphasis, there's a number of points that have been raised, which are worth endorsing. One of those is the need for clear policy instruments to guide development of the industry. And I think we heard about, documents such as the Gas Master Plan that are currently, work in progress. It's going to be important that those basically be finalized to then support the development of the industry and respond appropriately to the issues that, have been discussed. And I think the other points that have been raised is regarding the regulations that need to provide regulatory certainty to the market. And I think that's clearly understandable, because most of the investors, as we heard from speakers today, are looking for that regulatory certainty, with regard to what needs to happen in the industry, what are the expectations. So that must talk to that. And I think there was mention also around the measures needed to respond to constraints around environmental authorizations and certain blockages that are experienced within the market. So that's very, very important. Again, I think mention was made of possible interventions such as special courts that may need to be put in place, but also the refinement of the legislation that relates to environmental authorizations. And I think most importantly, is the need for coordination amongst the various role players within the industry. And I think that point has been emphasized and stands out as one of the key takeaways in terms of the messages that have been delivered by various speakers here today, including the need then for the championing of these measures that have been proposed with regard to ensuring that the implementation is going to actually lead us to a fruitful situation where all of these measures that have been proposed can be achieved, and that a firm path can be paved, for us to land at an environment where we expect LNG inflows to start, happening within the industry. So I think those are, just a few issues that are worth highlighting in relation to the key aspects of what has been discussed here today. And of course, all of this then will sort of now assist all of us as role players in shaping the development of this industry and taking it in the right direction that we want to take it to, which is going to be important, obviously, interfacing and coordinating with the policymaker that we've been lucky to have the presence, of our colleagues here from the DEE. I think those are just a few highlights and a few issues that are worth mentioning from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ngumalo. We'll allow Stephen to come in.
Thank you.
I think the session was good from an overall perspective, looking at pipelines, looking at gas supply. What I'm missing specifically is a growth sector in the international market that's growing over 35% per annum, which is access to ports with small scale access into multiple ports. The enabler of that is TNPA. So that is, we've touched on certain things on that, the regulations, the restrictions, because we could have LNG on the ground and downstream infrastructure and regional development in the Cape regions, in KZN and that, prior to these large terminals being built. And I don't see any emphasis on that or enabling of that. Other than that, I thought the session was great from an overall perspective. It'll be good if something can be pulled together from a practical implementation perspective, but we're missing what can we do in the next 12 months. There are things we can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. The issue of small-scale LNG, if you look at the program, we're actually talking about, let me just go through it now. One of the issues that we wanted to get from the issues to be taken forward to the next engagement, I think it's that we have noted that I think for our next engagement, we definitely have to find a way of addressing the issue of small-scale LNG, because if I recall, it's not the first time you're raising this. We've raised it in our one-on-one engagement with Nersa, and then you between Nersa and your company, LNG Hub. You've also raised it when we had the gas for transport dialogue sometime, I think it was sometime 2024. So we'll definitely, it's an area that we need to zoom into to look into it. Thank you. Any other input contributions from the attendees? We don't want to keep you longer because we didn't take all those 5 minutes break that we have scheduled in the program. You can go ahead, executive meeting room. I don't know who is that.
Yeah, good afternoon. It's Joshua from CNG again. Yeah, maybe just 2 comments or 3. Thank you very much for the informative session, whoever arranged it, from Nersa and from the rest of the participants. Then just 2 comments. I thought it was really enlightening to see that around August, September, there's going to be sort of feedback from the DTIC committee or government task team. So we're really looking forward to that. That was a great comment looking forward to. And then I think from Transnet Pipelines, in terms of the potential repurpose of the old oil pipeline, I think that's quite an interesting development. So thank you very much for that. And then, yes, enjoy the afternoon. Thank you.
We have to allow our boss, Ms. Nomfundo Maseti, to come in. Her hand is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Theo. I just wanted to pick up just on one thing so that we don't miss it. The one emphasis around the gas economy. I was wondering, given the proposals for coordination and championing these engagements going forward, but looking at things that must be done. So 2 things for me. One is the establishment of the Gas Economy Execution Forum. So maybe it is something that the audience here or the participants can talk about, the establishment of that Gas Economy Execution Forum. Obviously, we also take advantage of the fact that the colleagues from the department are here. So it can be, yes, the Nersa can play a role without obviously overstepping its mandate, but play a role of serving as a regulatory convener or from a technical point of view on this, but then some of the issues pertaining to policy and the important issues pertaining to de-risking, I think some of those they can be put together and by the department working closely with Nersa, and perhaps we can see if we can have a second round of these gas dialogues with the department also contributing to the program, and maybe they will also take forward some of the insights and proposals coming out of this session today. So I'm hoping that they will look into the establishment of the Gas Economy Execution Forum and some of the things that needs to be prioritized and focused on, given some of the challenges the country is facing right now. I just wanted to indicate that so that we don't lose that. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you, Ms. Masetti, for that strategic direction. We will definitely. Okay, the department is here. Maybe either Gift or Thabang can just chip in there. I know they would need time to think about your proposal, but maybe they can just comment on that a little bit, and so that when we move from here, we know where they stand. Thanks. Anyone from the department? Okay, it seems like they are no longer on the call. If they are no longer available, but I see Thabang is still there. Can we allow? Oh, come in. You can come in.
No, apologies. I was just struggling to unmute. Look, I think we will just wait for the report, and then we will then take it from there as to the proposals that are made and the recommendations that are made from the report. But what we must just emphasize also from a policy perspective was that even in our ongoing processes that we are doing, I mean, the work we are doing around the processing of the gas bill, the work that we may be doing that is coming from other government sectors like NICOM related work that comes to the regulator for comments. We also need to be able to raise those issues that come out, even if it's from the regulatory side. If we have to comment, a case in point I was making was that should developments mature and something like the energy security bill comes up for inputs, even if it goes through the regulator, maybe through the electricity sector side of things. But when the regulator considers that and looks at the gas sector and says our issues in the gas are missing, then I think at that point also the regulator must be proactive and trigger these kinds of engagements. I think we must just trigger them from all angles, from all sides, because from a government point of view, as they come up, we'll engage our colleagues also from this side. But let us also be vigilant and just be on the lookout to be able to seize all the opportunities to raise these issues from all the quarters that we find ourselves in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that gift. We are around 1:20 now. If there are no any further input from the attendees or participants, I would like to provide this opportunity to Mr. Ngumalo for the closing remarks so that we can release everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Theo. I think just to, once again, a word of thank you to all the stakeholders who, heeded our invite and came to participate in this important engagement that we've just had with all of you. As we always say, this is just not a talk shop, but it's a platform that was meant to basically concretely and very concisely identify the challenges that are currently there facing the market, but also then propose solutions with regard to how do we respond to these challenges. And I think the most imminent being the issue of the gas cliff that has been spoken about. And I think, as we all know, this is the one challenge really that is facing the market. So we need to be able to respond appropriately to that challenge. But that response is going to take the coordinated effort of all industry players. And I think, as somebody said during the deliberations, that this is not something that can just be done through the role of just one industry player. We need the coordinated role and support of all industry players so that we can be able to basically get around this challenge and basically be able to put solutions and measures to respond appropriately to all the challenges that are currently facing the market. So once again, just a word of thank you, and particularly to our colleagues at the DEE but also to the various role players, our licensees, developers of projects and other fellow regulators, such as the TNPA and other supporting institutions, including standard banks and the financial institutions, and everyone that has participated in here. And I think really the important contributions that you've given us are going to be quite helpful in basically allowing us to consolidate the report, basically indicating all the challenges that we've discussed here, but also then, capturing all the solutions that have been proposed. And I think, as was indicated earlier on, this is not going to be the only event. This is going to be just the first in a series of engagements that we're going to continue to have with you through these dialogues to continuously that currently, given the situation that is currently facing the industry, it will be important that we continue along the path with this type of dialogue so that we can find each other, but also align with regard to the challenges that continue to face the market and how we can respond to those challenges. And I think we've touched on a number of things here, including, the regulatory measures that need to be put in place, the importance of policy interventions that need to support the development of the industry, but also, the measures, including the coordinated efforts that are required and expected of all of us to basically, work together in ensuring that we can shape this industry and shape this market in the direction that we want to take it to, while we're responding to the key issue at hand, which is the problem of the gas cliff that we are all facing within the market. I think without taking too much time, I would like to once again express a word of thank you. In terms of quickly just the way forward, we are going to consolidate all the inputs that we got through deliberations today into a report, and that report will then be shared with the policymaker, the DEE, but also with the rest of you having come and participated in these dialogues, so that you can see exactly what is it that was discussed and how do we intend to then take that forward in terms of implementation measures that are going to be put through to make sure that we actually, put this to fruition in terms of, achieving the objectives of that we had through this engagement. Thank you very much once and for all. There is a lot of work that goes into planning this type of engagements, and indeed there was a lot of work that the team at Nersa had to spend planning this, including the design of the topics and the themes that we've discussed here, to make sure that we are impactful through these deliberations, and we can be able to achieve certain things that are key to be achieved in the industry. And again, we look forward to your continued participation at this impressive level again in all other engagements that we're going to have with you. And I think on behalf of the rest of the team at Nersa, including our board, we'd like to, extend a heartfelt message of, gratitude and thankfulness for your participation during today's dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
It went well.
Thank you.
Right now in the light of
Thank you very much. Bye.